public debate on public law, discourse, on constitutionalism, on human rights, on the role of the different actors, the courts, the bar and the bench, because each one of us has an important role to play in shaping the Tanzania we want. And the law plays a very central role in that discourse. How and if it plays that role, that is the purpose of the debate we're trying to steer. Now, in doing that, we also appreciate the reality that Tanzania is not an island. Some parts of Tanzania are islands, but Tanzania as a state is a member of a global and regional international community of states that adhere to the rule of law and the various standards on the rule of law and human rights. And therefore, part of the discussion we will have today is informed by these comparative experiences from our neighbors in Kenya, Zimbabwe, South Africa, so that out of their experience we also borrow some inspiration, an inspiration for what could we do differently, what could we do more, what could we avoid, because all of that, makes for that important package of public law discourse in our country. So allow me to also recognize the presence of our colleagues, Arnold Sunga from Zimbabwe. Arnold is a good friend of Tanzania. He's done quite a lot with many actors in this country. Currently the managing partner at Sunga Law International. But those of us who have known Arnold for many years know that he wears so many hats, it might take the whole day to just introduce him here. So let me stop at that. But also let me recognize the presence of a dear friend, Mpo Rabwane from South Africa. Mpo is the executive director of the South African Activist Law Center, and Difuno Kwazi. Difuno Kwazi, I was taught recently, means the right to know. She will tell us more about the impressive work they do in Cape Town and in South Africa generally. We came across each other some time ago, I think last year, in Cape Town, and we have since been following the work, the impressive work they've been doing in South Africa that we think could virtually inform a lot of the efforts we're trying to make. Having recognized all our guests, let me also recognize each and every one of you whose individual names I will not mention in the interest of time, but to thank you unreservedly for making the time to join us. We are told there's a lot of traffic that has affected our ability to all arrive here on time. So those of you who came on time, I just want to say thank you very much. We will make the effort to ensure that, as I mentioned, we stay within the program. So please feel free to pick up your teas and coffees at the back and your snacks and sit on your table, because we will cancel the tea break that was initially scheduled in order to stay within time. Having said that, allow me to invite to the floor Professor Emeritus Issa Shivji, who led this effort in putting this publication together, to share some insight into the motivation behind the publication, but also share some insight about what we can expect from the publication. I don't want to put any words in his mouth. I am not yet old enough to do that. So at this stage, allow me to hand over and invite to the floor Professor Issa Shivji.
Thank you, Daus. Thank you for not putting words in my mouth, because now I can use my own words. Distinguished participants, Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Chande, our very dear friends from Arnold from Zimbabwe, and from Cape Town, South Africa. Actually, it's great to have you here. And we look forward to, I particularly look forward to work that UM4 is doing in South Africa. Let me add a word of welcome to what Deus has just said. And coming to this event and sharing with us what we, the editorial board, consider as a great moment. Without being immodest, I dare say that this is the first yearbook of its kind. This is the first yearbook of its kind. While we, of course, have yearbooks of law, etc., I'm not aware of if we have a yearbook of public law in this region or even elsewhere. I stand to be corrected. So we feel proud to have initiated the yearbook of public law. Now, the idea of the yearbook of public law has twofold genesis. One, there has been a course organized by the Center for Strategic Litigation for emerging young lawyers involved in public interest litigation. The course has been running for the last 4 years. Through that course and through reading the judgments and the submissions of our bar, some of us realized that the understanding of public law as a distinct branch of law is not fully appreciated. In fact, by and large, when you read the submissions of our bar and even judgments of our bench, public law is approached from the angle of private law, in which our lawyers are well versed, not realizing that the public law is a distinct branch and has to be dealt with differently. And if you are doing public interest litigation, by and large, of course, you are dealing with public law. So you will find that in our judgments on public interest litigation, you get all kinds of things being drawn in, like civil procedure, rules of evidence, burden of proof, etc. Now, I shall not deal with this further because the lead article in this volume is precisely on public law as a distinct branch of law and what it means and what it entails. So, sitaki kuwapotezea utamu na kusoma makala yenyewe. So I leave it to you to read it for yourself. The second thing that motivated us was to develop a debate on public law and to provide a space for the practitioners, both the bench and the bar, and hopefully the academia, to critically review the decisions of our honorable judges of our courts. In short, our intention is to develop a robust discourse on public law and thus further advance the jurisprudence of this branch of law. You know, in Tanzania, in between, we are not quite regular with the publication of the journal, which used to be a platform for critical review of the decisions made by our courts. So judges did not have feedback on what they were deciding. I hope that to some extent the yearbook will allow to have a platform to do exactly that. Of course, it's a yearbook, so it cannot substitute for a journal, because by its very nature, it comes out only once in a year. But as I said, our idea is that through this critical look at the activity of the bar, the bench, and the academia, we will be able to develop a discourse on public law and advanced jurisprudence on public law. Now, Deus has already warned us that we should try and keep within our time, so I will not go on. But finally, I would not be Sashivji if I did not make a remark on whether and to what extent public interest litigation provides a terrain for the struggle of the working people in the cause of social justice. A few of us here have been agonizing over this point, and particularly the limits of PIL in terms of the social struggles of the people. But it's a pleasant agony, because it's an agony in the course of fighting for a cause. We are going to have a panel on precisely that issue at the end of the program. So please don't go away. Stay until the end to share our agony and pleasure as public interest litigation practitioners. Thank you very much. Now, I have the pleasure to invite my colleagues, the moderators of the keynote speech, Advocate Magdalena Rebangira and Dr. Wilbert Kapinga. Please come to the front. And now I hand it over to them to do the rest.
Honorable Chief Justice, Mr. Othman Chande, former Chief Justice of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Professor Emeritus, Professor Issa Shivji, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to this event. I have the privilege and the honor to introduce our first speaker, who is none other but Arnold Tsunga from Zimbabwe. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Arnold. Please come forward. Now, as he's coming to take his place, Arnold Tsunga is a highly reputable human rights lawyer in Africa. He has a distinguished career. He has been active in the legal fraternity inspiring and working towards defending human rights and popularizing the cause. From Zimbabwe all the way, he has been a principal, his career, right now is a principal managing partner at the Sunga Law International, in a law firm based in Harare, Zimbabwe, where he's based. But also, Arnold is a former executive director of the Zimbabwe Law Society, where he was responsible for what we call legal ethics here, the ethics committee. But his work was to see that the ethics of practicing lawyers under the Practitioners Act of Zimbabwe, to see that the public was protected, but also the rights of the practitioners were also protected. The judicial, safeguarding the independence of the judiciary, and all that goes with it. I'm sure it's a very long, it's a very long CV, but I'm hoping that, I'm sure that we will hear much from him on how he went about the challenges that were involved in his work. But not only that, Arnold has also been Arnold has also been on the Africa Committee of Legal Ethics, and of jurists, Africa Committee of Jurists, and he has a lot. If you want, you can Google him, because he has. I found a lot of information. I'm just trying to summarize, but he also is a recipient of several awards. But I'll just mention two. Save time. He won in 2006. He won an award for human rights defenders by the Human Rights Watch, in which is called the Martin Ennals Award for Human Rights Defenders. This Martin Ennals is a British national who was a human rights activist. It's a prestigious award which was awarded to Arnold Sunga. But also in 2004, he was a finalist. I found out that he was a finalist for US-based Courage Prize, which honors civil rights activists for courage. This is among many other awards that he has received in this area. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so expectant, I don't know about you, that we are going to hear much about what Arnold has to share with us in this session. Okay. So, it is my pleasure to welcome you, Arnold, to make your presentation, a keynote speech. Thank you.
to yourselves and be deemed to be giving a keynote address, I think it's inappropriate. It should simply be that Arnold was given a privilege to address the community of legal professionals in Tanzania at the launch of the Tanzania Year Book of Public Law. Let me also extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Center for Strategic Litigation for starting the project of documenting significant developments in the public interest law sector, and in particular for this significant milestone of producing this publication and immensely contributing to the knowledge industry. It indeed shows that with proper leadership and determination, it is possible to move from ideas to action. I think many people collapse at the level of having fantastic ideas and being unable to do anything about it. But successful people, I think, are those who are able to harmonize ideas and practical action to implement those ideas. So colleagues at the Center for Strategic Litigation felt that anchoring my presentation on the lived experiences of a human rights lawyer from Zimbabwe would help to give us all an opportunity for experiential and peer learning from each other. So if anything, experiential learning and peer support between Tanzania and Zimbabwe is traceable to the role the post-independence Tanzania as a nation under the great leadership of Mwalimu Nyerere played in contributing to the liberation struggles of Southern Africa under the auspices of the frontline states. In my brief conversation with Chief Justice Chande and Professor Shivji, it was very clear to me that maybe some historicization in the way I will present about our experience in Zimbabwe can be helpful, because I think the issue of the passage of intergenerational exchange of ideas about the Africa value system is also part and parcel of the reason why we find that one generation to the other tends sometimes, when society is not being able to move as progressively as it should, to then blame each other, so that one generation blames the other. I think that connection of the dots from our history to where we are and the journey towards democratization of Africa, it's important to take that historical perspective. So I think the bonds that were created as a result of that experience of the liberation struggle, they remain so strong. I'm not surprised that Tanzania as a country seems to have this dual identity all the time of being an East Africa community country under the East Africa community protocols, but also a Southern African country under the SADC protocol. So the bond that Tanzania has with the Southern African countries in the context of the liberation struggles, I think it goes beyond a geographical explanation. I think it's a principles, it's a values and belief system of a shared vision of wanting to establish truly independent, integrated, vibrant, equal, just democratic and developmental states or developmental societies in our region, So that was the vision, and those were the aspirations that bound Tanzania and the frontline states, now the SADC states. And I'm very happy that my sister from South Africa has also joined to reinforce that bond. It is not possible to have just democratic and developmental states in our region unless there is respect for human rights, the rule of law, and good and accountable governance. This takes us to the rule of law, not rule by law. And still on the historicization process, our founding leaders in the frontline states, such as Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, Tanzania, Samora Machel in Mozambique, in Zimbabwe, we had a number of them, Mbuyane Handa, Lobengula, during the colonization process. Then we also had Joshua Nkomo, Herbert Chitebo, Robert Mugabe, among others. In Namibia, we had Toivo, Sem Nyoma, and others. In South Africa, my sister, you'll know, we had, is it Sobukwe? We did have Steve Biko, the Mandelas, among others, all of them rebelled against tyranny and authoritarian practices during their lifetime in a way that is properly documented. They went beyond peaceful and non-violent means to try and achieve the dismantling of the apartheid systems that prevailed in our countries, the racial dominance and segregation and systematic violations of human rights by a narrow minority who controlled state power. Such was their commitment to justice, equality, and the rule of law that they felt it necessary to depart from the very strong principle that binds us currently as civil society of non-violent and peaceful ways to achieve transformation of our society, to be more just and democratic and more equal and maybe to have more equitable distribution of economic wealth and opportunity. So the pre-colonial system of government did not operate on a rule of law framework. It was ruled by law, as we will all know. Law was rigorously enforced without adherence to human rights standards. As our chief editor, Professor Shivji, has noted in the chief editor's note in the Tanzania Year book of public law, the legal system and the law within which the public interest operates is heavily skewed in favor of economic, social, and political elites. It is not meant for the disadvantaged or downtrodden. It is tried that the major role of law is to defend and reinforce the dominant system, to rationalize, mystify, legitimize its inequalities and inequities. And in short, it is a subtle instrument of the ruling order. I totally agree with that observation. And having made these observations, the pertinent question that came to my mind as I was preparing is whether the liberation struggle has delivered on its promise. In other words, as the post-independent African state delivered the independence dividend, are African states now more democratic, just, peaceful, and developmental? Are the people of Africa benefiting from the democracy dividend? The answer is that people in Africa have sadly not fully realized the independence and democracy dividend. Yes, some gains have been made, especially at the level of the development of international human rights standards at the AU level, with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Good Governance. We have really been able to develop standards that make us proud as a continent. But then there are too many factors that have led to a gap between good standards and practices on the ground. Some have to do with lack of commitment to democracy and justice on the part of those who wield state power in our countries. Some have to do with the external factors, including the nature of the world economic and political order that has been unable to restructure and deal with the reparations for historical wrongs. Unfortunately, at this point, the double standards of the world powers in terms of attitudes to human rights standards is too glaring for all to see. Africa sadly remains a target of influence in geostrategic, geopolitical matters, geoeconomic matters, and not an intentional actor in influencing such matters. This is why we are a product of the scramble for Africa. We were a product, and in the pre-colonial era, and now we again are a product of this unique form of scramble for Africa's resources in the post-independent African state. With no independence or democracy dividend, I'm not surprised that we have entered a phase that my friend Professor Habele Matlosa, who is the immediate past director of the political affairs at the AU, calls a phase of democracy decay. Others call it a democracy regression or backlash of democracy, or others call it authoritarian consolidation. We have had coups in the Africa coup belt, and all of us will know that Gabon, Niger, Burkina Faso, Sudan, Guinea, Chad, Mali have experienced successful coups recently. And, but we've also experienced what people call constitutional coups, not just military coups. The AU had developed a principle of non-indifference. I think with the leadership of Salim Ahmed Salim, when he was the Secretary General of the AU, they moved from the principle of non-interference in African domestic affairs into the principle of non-indifference, which then meant that the concept of sovereignty was linked to the responsibility to protect, to ensure that there was adherence to principles of human rights in the way in which those who wielded state power governed their people. But with extensive violations of rights in the post-independent African state, it was felt that that movement from non-interference to non-indifference was a principle that would allow African Union to have a greater say around the democratization agenda. But unfortunately, we see so many coups, and it begs the question, are Africans losing interest in democracy or not? And I think that question has been answered by Afrobarometer, which has done surveys to try and produce data-driven evidence of the African people towards democracy. And they come to the conclusion that in 39 countries where they did a survey, it revealed that African citizens were actually supporting military intervention. So the coups are popular. And so it asks the question, if coups are popular, does it mean people want to live under military dictatorships? But the answer was also answered that no, they see coups as a short-term solution to a democracy crisis. Because in their survey, they also came to the conclusion that 53% of people say they want armed intervention if civilian leaders abuse power or abuse the democratic process. But they also came to the conclusion that 68%, which is quite a larger majority, say that they are against military coups and they are against military governments. So even if they're supporting coup, but they don't want to live under military dictatorships. So I think that then talks about the question of the rule of law, the holding of elections that are in conformity with the principles of the democratic will of the electorate, that the leaders that emerge after electoral processes have to truly reflect the will of the electorate exercised in a free and fair and credible environment. The survey, which is also interesting, also looked at the institutions of justice and the attitude of people towards them. And I must happily say that the judiciaries in Africa, they had a higher level of popularity with people than the police, for example, as well as the anti-corruption entities. So I really think that anchors the question of the rule of law as so important to entrench. And the regular production of the Tanzania Yearbook on Public Law is an excellent way to give critical tools to lawyers interested in public interest lawyering, to have both a vision of their work as well as navigational tools to mount strategic or impact litigation as a method to contribute to change. But beyond that, the book, we also need the legal profession to be more organized and more committed to the rule of law. The institution of the legal profession has to be ready for the task. The Law Society is key. In Zimbabwe, during my tenure as the secretary of the Law Society, I established 3 distinct program areas for the Law Society to make the Law Society of Zimbabwe more fit for purpose in terms of public interest lawyering. The first one was a regulatory function to ensure that the Law Society will be truly self-regulating. The second one was to also take into account the trade union role of the Law Society in terms of cutting and protecting the areas of practice that lawyers needed to do. I didn't like that, but I had to do it to be able to get the Law Society buy-in to support the membership buy-in to support the Law Society. And then the third was what I refer to as the public interest role, which is really to protect the independence of the judiciary. And the independence of the legal profession, to me, looked intricately intertwined with the independence of the judiciary, in that you couldn't achieve an independent judiciary without an independent, professionally independent legal profession. So I would urge that the Center for Strategic Law and the Tanganyika Law Society and Zanzibar Law Society begin to intentionally work together to be able to see how to strengthen the independence of the legal profession in this country. We experienced some problems because there was a resistance by influential people, mainly in government, about the public interest role of the law society, because they saw it as closely linked to the politics of the day. But then beyond the law society, a group of lawyers worked together to establish Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights as an institution, almost in the same way that the Center for Strategic Law has now been created in Tanzania. So we moved it from being a loose network of lawyers for human rights into an institution for justice and the rule of law. I was then privileged to be the first executive director, and my involvement with Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights confirms what we all know, that oppressive systems need the intellectual bandwidth of lawyers for them to sustain themselves, to rationalize and to legitimize them. And there's no shortage of such lawyers in any society, lawyers who intentionally, consciously give their professional expertise in aid of oppressive systems. Similarly, resistance to tyranny and authoritarianism, especially where the predominant system is that of weaponizing and instrumentalizing the law, also need lawyers, among others, to succeed if the choice is non-violent means to reform societies. The decision by lawyers whether to associate with oppressive systems or to fight against such oppressive systems is an individual choice. I think that is very important, yes. It is an individual choice how you want to associate your own professional competences, either to oppress or to defend people who are suffering from repression. It is something intricately linked to the individual value system as well as to your own conscience as an individual. And for me, one may ask, how did you switch after 14 years of private practice to then be in public interest lawyering? It was simply because I experienced torture in my 14th year of private practice. I was abducted by the army, and then at that point, I realized during that ordeal the importance of lawyers banding together to defend the rule of law and to defend a functional legal system. So the intention was to cow, but instead of being cowed, I accepted the offer from colleagues to establish and institutionalize Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights as the first director. I saw that as an honor and approached lawyers across the country to join and become members. And within a very short space of time, we had around 350 lawyers who voluntarily agreed to join the association as members. There was one requirement we put in there, that you would then, as a member, do one case for free annually as your contribution to the organization. So overnight, we had the capacity to get 350 public interest cases litigated across the whole country for free. And initially, we anchored our work really to push back on arbitrary use of the law to detain, to arrest, and to close on civic space that people need to organize, to deal with issues, and to transform their societies. So our capacity to respond to legal profession and to push back on arbitrary arrests and detention increased without donor funding. You need to see this, because right now there is this infatuation and drunkenness among civil society groups that without donor support you can't function. So when I was forced to move from private practice to public practice, I didn't know about the question that donors can fund this type of work. I simply organized with colleagues, and when we got that number of buy-in, it meant we had capacity to mount legal cases in public interest lawyering that exceeded what donors could support financially. And I think that type of, can I call it intra-fraternity philanthropy, because it is philanthropy when lawyers are giving their own valuable time to aid, the support of people who may be facing repression. And so when eventually donors smelt the coffee that there's an organization that is being involved in this manner of work, I told Dios that he was sent someone to come and understand what it is that I was trying to do in terms of the model. So the moment I explained what I've explained to you, 2 weeks later she came back with what she said is a concept. She said, is this what we agreed, what you told me? I said, yeah, that's exactly what we were trying to achieve. 2 weeks later, she then came with a budget of 120,000 euros and said, we have costed what it is that you are trying to achieve. We think we could actually give you about 120,000 euros. Would you agree? So in that situation, I know it's an old time ago and there wasn't this scramble for donor funding, but I think the idea of a viable approach to use of public interest lawyering can actually be so compelling that money follows later. And I wanted to emphasize that because it worked. The Law Society of Zimbabwe was fully supportive of this initiative. And our lawyers were then given practicing certificates, especially those that were in-house. And then it takes me to, as I move towards concluding, to my role as the Africa Director at the International Commission of Jurists, because at that level I then worked with several law societies and bar associations in Africa. And I saw that law societies at different levels of control of the self-regulation function and self-regulation function of the legal profession. And that also sometimes influenced the robustness that law societies have in defending independence of the judiciary. In other words, there was a correlation between those who had no or minimum control of the regulation of the legal profession. They tended to cow when there were situations that needed the law society to have a robust action. So I saw that South Africa, Malawi, Namibia, Zimbabwe, they allowed lawyers to control the disciplining process of the legal profession. And they also allowed lawyers to, in civil society, that is, to have the right of audience and appearance before the courts in their own rights as lawyers in public lawyering, public interest lawyering. And then other jurisdictions like Swaziland, Zambia, I remember them very distinctly, they did not allow lawyers in civil society organizations to be given practicing certificates to be involved in public interest lawyering, because they felt they were protecting the market for lawyers, and therefore civil society that was interested in public interest lawyering was always being referred to lawyers in private practice. It increased the costs of litigation, but also reduced the interest in public interest lawyering, because those lawyers in their own DNA and value system were not such that they were interested in public interest litigation and looked at it as a line to generate more income for themselves. So I think, I don't know what happens here, but the law side would need to look at its self-regulation function, whether the legal system here allows for the lawyers to have control over the disciplining of members of the legal profession, to avoid that being instrumentalized by a small group of people, usually who want the law side not to be totally free, and then to also be allowed to practice in their own rights. So in conclusion, I saw in the Tanzania Year Public Law book that the foundations for public interest lawyering were established in 1984 with the enactment of a constitution with a Bill of Rights here, as well as 87 when that was becoming justiciable. And comparatively in Zimbabwe, when we adopted the new constitution in 1980, there was already a Bill of Rights in civil and political rights entrenched in the constitution. And that was already an early foundation for a new state in public interest lawyering. But then, what then became curious to me is that the Bill of Rights in Zimbabwe in 1980 excluded economic, social, and cultural rights. It only documented civil and political rights as constitutional rights. So I became curious to say that the exclusion of socio-economic and cultural rights from the bill undermined the development of public interest litigation and public interest lawyering on socio-economic rights. And in South Africa, you see that the constitution there included civil and political rights on an equal pedestal and standing as economic, social, and cultural, as encouraged the Constitutional Court in South Africa to then earlier on develop very strong socio-economic and constitutional jurisprudence. So with us in Zimbabwe, the political reason for excluding economic, social, and cultural rights was because Professor Shivju said it in the chief editor's note around the purpose of law, that it was to entrench and protect the economic interests of the dominant class at the level of independence. And that's why the land reform program in Zimbabwe was late, 10 years later than it ought to have been. Anyway, I think with those remarks, the last point maybe is about access to international fora, because you talk about it, that with the constitution, there is at the domestic and foreign level, at supranational level. In Zimbabwe, we have a lot of domestic litigation of public interest lawyering, but not a lot of it at the international fora driven by civil society, because this Zimbabwean government led to the dismantling of the SADC tribunal, which is almost the equivalent of the East Africa Court of Justice, after the tribunal made judicial decisions against Zimbabwe. And it has created a weakness, in my view, that the supranational litigation that is happening against Zimbabwe is mainly by arbitral entities where punitive economic decisions are being made up against Zimbabwe on the basis that there's no effective domestic remedy. So I think here, let's not move away from regional tribunals simply because they've made decisions that we dislike, because ultimately it's impossible to totally shut. You see what happened in Israel and Palestine, where there's no effective domestic remedy for what is happening in terms of humanitarian catastrophe. But the South African lawyers were able to say, without an effective domestic remedy, let's take this matter to the ICJ. So it becomes more embarrassing to a country like Israel now. And the same thing, I think, Zimbabwe, where we've had so many cases taken to international tribunals around economic interests of investors. And you lose control and you lose the ability to infuse a sense of public from investors that the sphere is ready for domestic investment. So I wanted to conclude that way, that the talk about moving away from regional tribunals, we need to be able to discourage it as lawyers. So congratulations, Center for Strategic Litigation. I recommend a closer collaboration with the law societies of Tanganyika and Zanzibar, and vice versa, and for the donors in this environment to be able to entrench that type of relationship, because that's the one that is sustainable for entrenching a rule of law environment that can truly make public interest lawyers become tools or instruments of transformation of society. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Arnold. a very comprehensive keynote speech. I know you're not comfortable calling it a keynote speech, but in fact it was. Now, our role, me and my sister Magdalena there, is to attempt to provoke discussion from the many lessons that we have learned from your keynote speech. So I wanted to start by, we have decided not to summarize you. It's impossible to summarize you, but we will pick a few areas which, in our thinking, might generate some discussion. There are, of course, many lessons that we have had in the few minutes of your presentation. One main lesson is in relation to, or with respect to independence of the profession, of the legal profession. And by here, I mean the practicing lawyers, the law societies, and also the independence of the judiciary. We would like to focus there in our discussion because it speaks volumes when none of these independencies are there for us to have the incentive to go out there and litigate in public interest. Because if you think that the forum you're going to face is compromised, let me just take it as an example. The incentive kind of goes down. But if you know the judiciary is strong, or certain individuals within the judiciary, there is something known as KYC, know your client. You'd be familiar with that. The banks are familiar with that. Now they reached a time, we also had to develop a concept, know your judge. Now, that is not to say you needed to know which judge is easy to influence, not that. Know their jurisprudence. If you have a matter before the court, you wish that particular aspect goes to Judge Y because you have gone through their jurisprudence, you know they will understand where you are coming from. So the know your judge is also critical, but we have little power to say which judge you should go to. Now, so that's in relation to independence and how it is connected to the opportunity to pursue the matters we're discussing here. The other point which I found extremely interesting is what you referred to as an intergenerational exchange of ideas in our democratic histories, in our professional histories, in our experiences. So when I looked around in the room, I found the majority of us are actually gray-haired. And I told myself, how are we going to advance this intergenerational exchange of ideas so that the things you discussed, the bonds that you discussed between East Africa and Southern Africa, and the post-independence experience. Some of our colleagues, I mean, I look around, I think, I don't think there's anyone who is under 30, under 40 in the room. Oh yeah, at least there's one under 40, maybe two. I see a lady there. So that's critical. I think this is the lesson for even the center in the future to involve the youth, the legal, the young professionals, both in participating in writings like this, or if not, in participating in a lounge like the one we had today. I was like feeling if the majority of our youngsters were in the room and listened to Arnold, they'll leave the place having learnt a lot. Now, so in relation to that, I would like you to spend more time, if you would, the strategies that we may have to think of in advancing this intergenerational exchange of ideas on your histories of the professions, of our democracies, and history generally within Africa. So that's one thing I would like to get a sense of what ideas you have. I mean, you've had a lot of experience, how you did it in Zimbabwe. If at all you did it, I assume you did. So that aspect. The second one, which I would like us to focus on, the independence. Let us begin with the independence of the judiciary. The way I see it, a judge is appointed by the executive. His tenure is limited by the Constitution. And the Constitution says the age when you have to retire. Now, my understanding is, in the majority of cases, the older you're getting, the more profound and deep you get in the area of your practice. Now, you retire a judge at 65, I don't know, 60. I mean, that's at their peak. I've seen certain jurisdictions where judges are not retired. There is no statutory or mandatory age for retirement. They are removed either because they're infirm, they're unwell, or for gross misconduct. And the reason there is the fact that they've been there. I mean, why do we refer to certain professors as Professor Emeritus? It's not like they've retired. They're still very active. They continue to teach, they continue to write, etc., etc. I would have liked to see, as part of the pillars which will affirm independence of the judiciary, to start securing their tenure. They don't just say, you hit 60, you have to go home, with no clue as what you'll be doing. And we've had experiences here. At 60, some judges try to practice law in the magistrate's court. Some, not all. That, in my view, is very demeaning. It's not like they cannot do it, but they're human. They might start telling the magistrate that, didn't you read the decision I gave a couple of years in the High Court? I mean, the magistrate is entitled to make errors. Doesn't have to listen to you. You have to make a submission so that your case is sustainable. So is there a case where we can start discussing how best to safeguard the so-called independence of the judiciary? Not simply by making it a constitutional position, but ensuring their tenure is not limited by constitution, other than beyond becoming unwell, health-wise, or gross misconduct. And this will be defined what gross misconduct is. I think that could be a helpful way. I don't know what your thoughts are, and I don't know what the system in Zimbabwe is. I would have liked to see many of the retired judges actually remain on the bench, because you know what to expect when you appear before them. The younger ones, of course, they're energetic, etc., but they've not gone through the history of what the system has gone through and the consistency in decision making. It has not been it's not rare that you find conflicting decisions, because the system is not integrated, and maybe the way the decisions are documented result in these inconsistencies, conflicting decisions from the same court, which could be avoided if there is a mechanism. I don't know what thoughts you have, because that's part of it. You can't say you're independent when you are very inconsistent in your decision making. You lose some kind of respect. So I'll let my sister there focus on other areas, but I'd like your view more on what you're thinking is in relation to how to safeguard the independence of the judiciary, as well as the legal profession. I think you suffered, you said you went through torture. It was probably part of lack of independence in the legal profession. And if we could, and it's not like we have not experienced similar things here, but would like us to explore that point on how the legal profession stood up to such arbitrary arrests of members of the profession. Sometimes that is done in order to undermine certain causes. So these two areas I'd like us to hear from you, and maybe from the floor. So maybe we can collect more questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wilbert Kapinga, for, I'm sure our speaker has noted those. And I'm very pleased because some of the areas of his experience that I had not mentioned, they came out already. He spoke about his experience. For example, I want to focus now on from your very rich experience of public life, because by the way, in 2013, he was also elected executive. He has interacted with the legislature, and he has interacted with the civil society. In all, he has been focused on this area of constitutionalism and human rights. So today, now I want to ask you a little bit to engage you on, you said you switched from private practice to public interest litigation after you were, they came for you, you were arrested. And it reminds me of a very popular quote that they came for a trade unionist. They came for my neighbor. I said, oh, he's a trade unionist. Then the next day they came for someone. I said, oh, he's a Jew. Then they came for my neighbor. Then finally they came for me. So there was no escape now, no excuse. So I am looking at this, and you also mentioned, it was Professor Shiv. He mentioned that the intellectual engagement. You also mentioned that there is a need for African intellectuals, especially the lawyers, to engage in these causes so that there is a solid movement and the understanding and the investment of the assets of intellectualism into improving the social reforms, the human rights situation, and also protection of people's rights. So I want to ask you, but not only you, particularly to this audience, because we are lawyers here, and as Wilbert said, the gray area, the gray area also, the gray area also is a statement about the wisdom. There must be some wisdom here that where the gray area came from. So, Professor Shivji will remember when we, for example, I remember the cause we were doing the land reform here. And there were so many complex issues because it was touching on the investment sector, the donor community. There were challenges that were there which we were being challenged on. And our hearts were crying. We wanted to see the economists, the people who are in resource management, if they can come back and say what it is that is important for the ordinary person in respect of land. But we were not getting the engagement that we expected. And it comes for in all areas of where there is an outcry from the communities, from the citizens. We often don't see the engagement. Or can we discuss maybe what are the challenges? What ought to be done? And what is preventing us from being actively engaged? And then the second question, that is a question for you, but we can also discuss. You talked about not disengaging from the regional forums, the regional tribunals, because there is a role for them. But if you can clarify, you also mentioned how the absence of remedies, the local jurisdiction, and you gave the example of Palestine and Israel, of the people of Palestine and the state of Israel, and how the South Africa was able to go to the ICCC and take their case there. So can you clarify maybe what is the role, what do you see as the role of the regional forums, how we can engage them, because we are engaging them, but that comparison there, if you can clarify on that. We will continue, but I'm sure the public also, the audience, you also have questions. So now it's your time. You can also, do you want to answer those first? Or should we take the questions and then?
Madam Moderator, because I think I was also exactly doing what you're doing now to try and create a conversation.
Yes.
So the best maybe is for people to make maybe brief interventions, ask questions if they can, and then later I can just come up winding up the conversation. If
Thank you. I thought so. Thank you. So the floor is open. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, honorables, please ask your questions or comments or any contribution that you have on this particular subject and the speech that we have heard. Thank you. Karibuni kuuliza maswali. Okay. The lady there and then the gentleman behind. Sorry, we didn't introduce ourselves.
Thank you very much. My name is Victoria Lihiru. I am... We're supposed to stand. I'm told I need to stand, so I'm following the instructions. You advised. Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Victoria Lihiru. I am from the Faculty of Law of the Open University of Tanzania. I teach law there. And I really enjoyed the keynote speech by Arnold. It was very critical and timely, and also the input from you two. I also wanted to allude to the fact that it's not only that the room was dominated by gray hair people, but also some tables are full of men. It's all men tables. The table on my left and the table in front of me. So ladies, please, you've got to... I think we should also be dictating the seating arrangement so that some tables are not only occupied by men. But that's a by the way statement. But actually my my input is with regard to the beautiful keynote speech that has been delivered here, and particularly with regard to, you've mentioned about how we've made advancements in terms of building our human rights architecture, the regional instruments, the international instruments that are governing human rights and rule of law. But also you've emphasized on the need to leverage the regional and international courts. But I think now there's this whole challenge about countries not respecting the judgment, not only from the local courts, but also even judgment from the regional courts and also the international courts. So I think that's a puzzle that we need to sort of discuss in depth in terms of how, as lawyers, we're going to be proactive and try to exhaust local remedies, and whenever not possible, try to approach the regional and international courts. But when these judgments are not respected, for instance, here in Tanzania, we can mention a number of cases that have been decided both at national level, at regional courts that are not respected by the country. So in as much as we need to set the record straight by taking the matters to the court, that's good to put the record straight through those courts. But I think there has to be another level of conversation in terms of how do we make the decisions of those courts, binding and actually respected by the countries. So that is one part of my reflection on your speech. But secondly, is also with regard to how we, for instance, how we conduct our elections in Africa. As you said, most people do really prefer democratic governance. They prefer, being ruled through democratic principles. But again, now it looks like how we are doing our elections is only a matter of checking boxes without really living by the principles of holding democratic elections. So how do we move from the conversation? For instance, here in Tanzania now, we are going to have elections in this year for the local elections, but also next year for the general elections. And, the conversation is that, young people, women, people with disabilities come out and contest, they come out and vote without really touching into the issues that we are grappling with in our electoral and political context, without addressing the challenges that looks like we are actually not executing our elections or implementing our elections in a manner that is really democratic, is transparent, and leads to free and fair elections. So how do we come about the sweet spot? How do we balance those puzzles, and how do we move forward as legal minds? Thank you.
Vicky is questioning why I'm picking the mic from her. She didn't know that I had raised my hand before hers. Okay. First of all, waheshimiwa kaka zangu, heshima zenu. Madam Moderator, Magdalena is a classmate of mine when we are doing first degree. So I'm very happy to see her today. Arnold Sunga, I've known him for close to 21 years. I first met him 2003. This is about the time when he had created the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights. And they did a commendable job at a time when Zimbabwe was on fire. All those problems of the constitutional review, the land reforms, the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights were very active, particularly bringing to the attention of the international community through the African human rights system. They were bringing communications. They were using the regional system. And him and his team, there were quite a number of them. And many of them I have kept contact with since that time. But I wanted to pick on 2 points. Out of his very, very nice keynote, he painted a very good picture, a mosaic, one would say, about the political, legal, liberation landscape that brings this discussion into context. So I'll not talk about these generalities, but I wanted to actually appreciate his his comments and contribution around the Afrobarometer research. Because for the past 1 or 2, let's say 2-3 years, many of us have been trying to understand the coup phenomenon in the West African belt. And there are two types of coups. There are those which you could easily say they were just to grab power. But 3 of them particularly, the Niger one, the Malian one, and the Burkina Faso one, we see them as very popular coups. And we were trying to understand in the context of the African standard in the Constitutive Act of Unconstitutional Change of Government, how do we situate them? So I'm raising this point so that we all go and look at this Afrobarometer study, because I think today it has given me the answer of how I respond to the challenge of trying to justify those coups in the context of a very well-established principle of non-acceptance of unconstitutional changes of government in Africa. So thank you very much for that. But the very important point I wanted to raise, and initially when you spoke about it, I was already developing a question, and then you answered it. And this is around the 3 aspects of the legal profession, and in particular the law societies. There's the aspect of self-regulation, which we are trying to do in Tanzania. There's that aspect of trade unionism, which is not very much clearly understood and defined. The last one about public litigation, and where we need to learn from the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights experience. And here I had a question to Deus. I've been participating in the courses for emerging lawyers as one of the resource persons for 4 years. And when I look around, I don't see our alumni. And this defines the problem we have in Tanzania with lawyering regarding public interest, public litigation issues. I would have expected those younger lawyers who Dr. Kapinga spoke about, who have alumni who would have been interested in this program, and they're not here. There are very few. I have my friends here who have been there generally because of their value system. The value system that Arnold spoke about, that you either you collaborate or you are part of the, if I may call it, resistance, or at least people-centered. And this is the problem where now we find ourselves, our law society membership, I don't know to what extent, but many of our members are now part of the, I'll use a Swahili word and define it in English. We have a political phenomenon in this country called uchawa. So it's like everybody wants to be chawa. Chawa in English is lies. And we have developed our colleagues, when they're in high offices, they do things which you cannot even understand why they do it. I'll give one example. I believe in that part which Professor, we now fondly call him Isa bin Mariam, those of us who are very close to him, our Professor Emeritus. He wrote a paper some few years back on public interest litigation. And what prompted that paper was an amendment by a parliament which has our members, law society members, who at some point wanted to abolish the TLS, the law society, and they entered an amendment which says you cannot bring public litigation unless you are personally affected. So, and you wonder, where are we going? So, some of these things, was it Dr. Kapinga was saying, the KYC, it doesn't even go to the KYJ, know your judge. It is the entire system that, okay, I'll go and file this petition. The petition will not go, I'm just finishing. The petition will not go beyond and we have got this good practice of preliminary objection. So they'll say, no, are you affected directly by this, the right that you're opposing? you will say no, so the case ends there. So really what I'm saying, I really wanted to know, maybe this is the question. With this Uchawaism, which you already know, how did the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights manage to deal with this at a time when Zimbabwe was really, when Brother Bob was now really, really strong? How did you manage to do it? Thank you.
Asante sana. I acknowledge the presence of waheshimiwa. Naona ndugu ananitazama. My name is Shamshad Rematullah. I'm an independent consultant, and my focus area is on human rights, good governance, gender and women rights, and movement building. I deliberately decided to focus on that. And what drew my interest is this issue of intergenerational. For example, in the women movement, we discovered and realized there was a lacuna, a big gap between our generation of women who started activism in the early 80s and those young generation who's coming up now. So one idea is that what we did was to create a platform. And we had a session one day, 2 years ago, in this very venue, where we brought all those oldies. We had a panel discussion to discuss their experiences, what they understand by the movement, and all the conceptualization, and the young generation. Because the young generation understanding is different from the oldies. So there was an inter-exchange. Then I would suggest maybe perhaps we could also have a session where we bring in the young generation, young lawyers, because I understand nowadays kuna malawyers wengi sana huko mitaani. Je, wanafuata zile principles za kuwa lawyer or not? So it is important to come and exchange ideas, and also it is important to understand at what level wao wanaelewa professionalism haswa katika litigation na kwenda kotini. There's a lot of things that are happening out there, na pia unakuta kwamba maana senior lawyers wanasema litigation sasa hivi we cannot compete with the youngsters, the things that they are doing out there. So that is my suggestion, and it really drew my interest on inter-exchanging between the older and the younger generation. Asante.
Now we have thank you, Dada Shamshad, you are finished. Yeah, that is a very important mentoring. She's talking about mentoring. And if we are not seeing young people in the movement for public interest, litigation and public law litigation, maybe with the gray hairs, we should ask ourselves if the gray matter inside has not has not left. General, you want to say something, Mr. J? Okay, yeah. We should ask ourselves if we have done enough to involve them, like Shamshad is saying. But I wanted to remind ourselves that we needed to end the discussion so that there will be some time for our speaker to respond, because we started yeah, we are using up now the time for the tea break. So we have, shall I say 15 minutes? Okay, let's have 5 minutes for the question, and then the speaker will respond. Okay? He's a young lawyer, Jamani.
Kaka, generally you will allow me to speak before you, because I'm young. Daniel Well, I am a private practitioner with keen interest in public interest litigation. I had two contributions. One was on not that phraseology of Uchawa, but related. But when I was formulating it, I wasn't bold enough to package it in that language. So my brother Bahame, you have said it in a way I wouldn't have done it. So thank you. And with that eloquency, I will not add to it. Arnold, thank you so much for your keynote address. It was really key. I just wanted to follow up. You mentioned the initiative of having a lot of public interest litigation in terms of the capacity and the actually going to court. Mine is a follow-up there. Have we done a review or rather analysis of what impact that had in developing the jurisprudence and improving the space for the human rights and public interest litigation? I ask because there is a thesis developing that the more you do public interest litigation, the more damage it does to the development of that space because of the type, quality, and the direction the decisions of the judiciary takes in suppressing development of the public interest in that litigation. So do we have a study somewhere that has done the review and have seen how far the numbers, the more the numbers we have in the litigation, how are they contributing to development of that public interest that we are trying to litigate on? Because now we have a dilemma, do we do more or we do less? And as we go and see how they develop and see when to do it and when not to do it. So I just wanted to tap on your experience on that aspect as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Senior Counsel, General Ulimwengu, please. You have the floor.
I'm not Senior Counsel. Thank you, Moderator. My name is Generali Ulimwengu. That much I admit. Secondly, I would like to apologize for arriving late, but maybe the man I was supposed to receive had not arrived, so I'm covered on that front. I just wanted to make a small comment, maybe two. The first one is about the age. It's true. In a society where there is a council and you find that the assembled dignitaries are all gray-haired, you know you have a problem. But then let's not go too much into ageism, defining someone's contribution according to their age, because there are very wise young people and there are very wise old people. There are very lousy young people and very lousy old people too. So it's not a question of age, is rather what you can contribute to. It looks good when an assembly like this has a good mix of young and old, and even children, and old grandpas and grandmas. But it's not the determinant it's not the determining factor that will give the quality of participation that you have in the. If you don't have young people interested in public interest work, too bad. It's a really bad thing, but we should not cry over that. Let's see what those old people who you have amongst you can do. That is important. And then get the young people to come and follow the example of the older generation. Now I wanted to go to what Arnold said in his keynote statement about this ambivalence about military takeovers in Africa. I understand now ECOWAS has moderated its stance on the coups in West Africa generally. and they are willing to talk to them now. The AU still has not come round to that point of view of ECOWAS. But the phenomenon, and I think it has been, Arnold touched on it, the phenomenon of military takeovers comes out of the reality that independence for African countries did not mean freedom for the peoples of those countries that were supposedly gaining independence. Independence was a device by which power was transferred from the colonial authorities to a local national elite. There was no process to transform that process into a leadership, stroke people conversation that would lead to the people themselves acquiring freedom. So you had independence without freedom. Now in Kiswahili, unfortunately, they both mean the same thing. Uhuru, uhuru. Uhuru can be independence, uhuru can be freedom. But the two don't meet anywhere in actual life lived on the streets or in the villages. And our elites got used to the habit of replacing the old colonial system with a new elite that was neo-colonial, it was called. But in reality, in many cases, it was just the continuation of the old colonial system, giving orders and using the police and the military to enforce those orders, not through the force of suasion, the ability to persuade your people that you are doing something for them, but rather giving orders and having the military enforce those orders. And the military look at you after some time and they say, hey, this man is ruling through orders and through us. But he can't even give orders himself. He has to rely on us. Why don't we take this thing and give the orders ourselves? And that's what they're doing. And the people like it. What is said, and I think Arnold, thank you for saying this, that the reality is they don't want the military to remain in power for too long. They want to get rid of the bad boys and return the power to the people. But that is easier said than done. Once you have taken the power, and you know the power comes with this gravy train, as it is called, how do you then say, I've eaten enough, let the people also eat? That is a big question, because they do not come back to saying, we were called in here, people applauded us for taking over power, getting rid of the bad boys, now let's give this power back to them. That is a very difficult thing. But the only way you can avoid military takeovers, and there are going to be more. Now they have seen that they are being applauded, they're being congratulated by the people that they have freed from a bad so-called civilian. There is nothing civilian about those guys. And now they are going to whet the appetite of other militaries in on the continent to take over. So we have to engage in a renegotiation of our independence to make it also freedom. Independence should translate into freedom. And the job of people like ourselves in the legal profession is really to instrumentalize what we have as a knowledge, ability, skills in the legal field to do work that will shame those who are in power and who refuse to listen to the voices of the people. People who refuse, for instance, to listen to regional and international tribunals because they have nothing. Even the local tribunals, the municipal tribunals, don't have the power to enforce the decisions that they make, so the government can ignore them. And they are, in a way, shielded by that impunity. Because if you make a decision in Arusha or wherever else in SADC, how do you enforce them in a local situation? How do you force a government to implement your decisions? Now there is a curious case of Tanzania, which is host to both the East African Court of Justice and the African Peoples and Human Rights Court of Peoples and Human Rights in Arusha. We are the hosts of these institutions, and yet we are the ones who are very busy trying to sabotage the implementation of their decisions, including withdrawing our, whatever it's called, the declaration that allows individuals and NGOs, the protocols that allow our people to access these courts of justice. It's a shame. And we should be the ones critiquing our government by saying very openly, we don't want to be held responsible, even when we have shown great ability to be irresponsible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arnold, for your keynote. There's one point that Arnold made, which I thought was important for us. We should not let it pass by. Even tyrannies need law. The military governments who made a coup, the next day they'll pass a decree setting aside the constitution, make some rules. Who writes those decrees? Who makes those rules? We have a whole host of lawyers who do that job, all right? So I think it is important to keep that in mind. And we sometimes forget it. From attorney generals to state attorneys to lawyers in parastatals and so on, what kind of jobs they are doing. Take our own situation in Tanzania. Those terrible legislation was passed during the last regime, was drafted by lawyers. Radea, the amendment to the Basic Rights and Duties Enforcement Act. Who passed it? Who justified it? Who rationalized it? They are lawyers. Okay? And I don't know about other countries, but in Tanzania, these are the same lawyers then who get appointed to the bench. With all due respect, you are an exception in that sense. They get appointed to the bench and they come with that mindset. You see? So, what kind of judiciary do you get? Again, I said I would not want to generalize. But in Tanzania, we have seen a very compromised judiciary. Not all of them, but many of them, frankly. And we got to talk about a series of criminal objections that are, as a matter of cut and paste, it's a cut and paste. Every constitutional case you file, the state attorney will come with a PO, and you will see it's cut and paste. Sorry? Yes, frivolous and vexatious, okay? And those are upheld. Those are upheld. So I think we have to find a way. We have to find a way in our law society. Well, I don't know about the law society. About law society either. If the law society members are looking for consultancy from the government, what do you expect? You know? But we have to find a way of shaming these lawyers. Shaming these lawyers who do this dirty job. We should not let it go. Every opportunity we get, I think it should be pointed out. And I'm glad, Arnold, you made that point. Okay? And it touched code in Tanzania because we have gone through that experience. And we are still going through it, by the way. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Oh, there's another speaker? Okay, so you are the last one, madam.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone, and thank you to Arnold for the keynote address. I think my first question has largely been covered by my esteemed colleagues who spoke before me, but I want to put a different spin on it. Coming from a South African context, I think our democracy is looked at as one of the more progressive, more established, etc., etc. But again, Afrobarometer, one of their surveys has shown us that close to 70% of South Africans are willing to forego democracy and democratic processes if they are guaranteed access to basic services, etc., etc. So looking at that and just looking at your observations in terms of the interface between law and politics, how would you approach and what would you say is the place of law, especially the rule of law, in safeguarding democratic principles when the society itself is willing to forego those principles, looking for lack of a better term, a benefactor or a dictator? Then my second question is of keen interest, personal interest actually. You had reflected on your experience when you started the Zimbabwean Human Rights Lawyers Initiative. And you said that do the work, the money will follow. So I just want to get your observations in our current reality where it's the donors who aren't necessarily interested in the work anymore because of the question around impact. So I'm not sure if this is a shared experience, but in our context, the donor field or the donor, people who are donors are looking for more immediate, tangible results. And the issue around public interest litigation is that it doesn't necessarily produce immediate results. Neither are those results necessarily tangible in that sense. So you won't see a school going up, for instance. So how do you address that in a context where, yes, we are scrambling for resources, but the work in itself doesn't seem to speak for itself with the people who have these resources?
Do you want to say something? You are calling me? No, okay. Thank you so much, everybody, and thank you, Madam Mpo, for that input also. I think, well, I'm not answering for him, but it looks like you are giving the answer to the question, because there is if there is no impact public interest litigation, it looks like that's why there are these objections. And I'm one of the people that have been, throughout my practice career, I've been engaged in public interest litigation. But like what you say, there is very little assistance from the public, even from donors for cases. But, they would support the administration, maybe they would support the other things. But the lawyers who are doing the footwork, they have to sacrifice the income from their own law firms, from their own practice, in order to do public interest litigation. And when it is met with resistance at the level of the judiciary, so like somebody said, that Nyanduga said, it is discouraging. The supporters don't see impact, and also the person who is doing it gets discouraged, and the intended effect in the community, because public interest litigation, you expect that it will show that the constitution is implementable, the laws are implementable, and when these don't get defined in the court, because you have not even started to argue it on merit, so it is discouraging both ways. But when we talk about a movement and intellectual engagement in these issues, it is specifically to address and see and call it for what it is, why there is this resistance also in the judiciary. So thank you very much. And without much ado, let me invite our speaker, senior counsel and renowned a lawyer to give us a feedback of what he can. Please, you can summarize maybe during the break and lunchtime. We'll be able to discuss some of the things because 15 minutes, is that okay? Okay, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's clap for ourselves for this session.
Thank you. I was so engrossed in my own speaking, and I didn't realize that Chief Justice William Mutunga, retired, walked in during the course of the conversation. So thank you. I really appreciate seeing you here. It's actually one of the reasons why I accepted to come. So Dios must thank you. Am I being heard properly? Or the receptionist? It's okay? So thank you very much to all of you. I think most of them have been really comments and not questions. But at the same time, they're all extremely useful actions. The know your judge, know your client, know your judge. I was very pleased to hear about it. But I think it dovetails generally with what lawyers do when they do forum shopping. Because in doing forum shopping, lawyers will be trying to maximize on the chances of success in their own litigation. But I take it also that the question of the statutory limitations around the continued presence on the bench for judges when they've reached a certain age is proving to be a loss in some instances to countries, because people have reached a level of intellectual thought leadership and intellectual maturity and jurisprudential capacity and competence that when we are supposed to get a lot, we lose them. And that talks to possibly judges themselves and working with civil society, DOS and others to try and reflect on the need for an African pool of retired judges that can be usable for technical assistance in different jurisdictions. I've seen that when I was with the ICJ, there were times when you would say that, the tension between lack of capacity and lack of commitment. In some jurisdictions, the failure of judicial performance is as a result of lack of political commitment to justice and the rule of law. But in others, like South Sudan, you would say that there is lack of capacity because the state has been inherited and the institutions were so weak. And in that type of environment, precisely if you have a pool of retired judges who are still extremely useful, you can be able to then get into bilateral or sort of multilateral support for them to be deployed to work in that type of environment and build the rule of law. Then on intergenerational exchange of ideas and value system around the rule of law, again, I think the Center for Strategic Litigation has been given a good idea there to have intentional process to bring young lawyers in particular. I think Commissioner Nyanduka was spot on to say that the starting point could be the alumni who come from their young lawyers project. I think the strength of that arises from the fact that the mean age for Africa is now between 18 and 19 years, which means 50% of people in Africa are below 18 years. That shows you how the continent is young, and therefore the importance of ensuring that no one is left behind in terms of development of a value system on the rule of law and access to justice. And of that 50% who are below 18, I think more than 52% will be women, basically young girls and young adolescent women which means I think we need not to be able to leave this behind in terms of shaping the Africa value system around good governance and human rights and the rule of law. Investment in intellectualism and protection of human and people's rights. This needs a you were talking about the role of lawyers, Madam Moderator, on protection of human rights and the rule of law. And I think what we need to be able to say is that the requirement for entrenching human and people's rights in Africa should be multi-sectorial and not necessarily just confined to the legal profession. I think the legal profession is important, but at the end of the day, I think the struggle for human rights and a just and developmental Africa is something that needs people's urgency. And it almost answers the question that the young lawyer you were asking around whether there's been a review of the impact of public interest litigation when you have got increased the capacity exponentially. The answer is that there hasn't been a proper informed review. And I think that again creates an opportunity for the Center for Strategic Litigation, working with others, to evaluate the efficacy and impact of public interest litigation as a tool for societal transformation. You are right that it can be an opiate. That's the impression I get because of the increase we did in Zimbabwe, that it can be an opiate of people's urgency to demanding for democratic and accountable governance. In that, for democratic governance, it can also reduce to the point that public interest litigation becomes part of that problem. And answering to that question again, you may also say that public interest litigation, if not done strategically, there are times when I talk about unstrategic, strategic, or impact litigation, where you get certain results that have the effect of either reinforcing oppression, or in the process you then begin to again let people think that everything that is problematic in society is a lawyer's problem. And in Zimbabwe right now, I think lawyers have suffered a big backlash, just like the judiciary, because there's been an over-judicialization of disputes, especially political disputes, where things that are supposed to be resolved politically at the local level, intra-party, inter-party, people then throw those to the courts. And in the process, the courts begin to develop an image of a court that is over-invested in political causes. And we, in some time, that's why people begin to say you get over-judicialization of politics, and then you then begin to get politicization of the judiciary because of that. So I really think an evaluation of the impact of public interest litigation can be very useful, so that the negative aspects of it can also be dealt with. Then Madam, you asked for clarification, and I totally agree with you that when there is absence of local remedies at the local level, what I meant by that, it opens the country to supranational litigation. Maybe the Israel example is not necessarily the best example I gave, but my experience in Zimbabwe is that when we did not have effective domestic remedies for certain matters, and Zimbabwe had pulled out of the SADC tribunal as a sub-regional court of justice, we were able to then go to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, but also to the United Nations mechanisms, which impose a duty that before you access them, you have to be able to demonstrate that there is no effective domestic remedy. The effect of that is that whilst the maybe narrow elements within the government feel by closing avenues of access to justice at the local level that they are entrenching the authoritarian control, I think that's a fallacy, because what then happened is that through the creativity of public interest lawyers, we were able to figure out that if the legal system was now part and parcel of the architecture of governance that did not create opportunities for effective local remedies and access to justice, we could then take Zimbabwe to the African Commission. And when we took Zimbabwe, as Commissioner Nduka said, since about 2003, we were genuinely not having access to local remedies. And the moment there was a flurry of litigation at the African Commission, it then, because of the equality of arms in those supranational bodies, you could see that the Minister of Justice, Patrick Chinamasa, was now being forced in person to come to the African Commission and with equality of arms to then argue cases of violations about Zimbabwe that we were raising. It made the government very uncomfortable because some of the cases we were raising and some of the statements that were coming at the Commission, he was hearing of those situations for the first time because the security system, intelligence system, was suppressing free flow of information to the authorities around the violations that were happening. So when they were brought to the African Commission and then the 11 commissioners were questioning and asking us to submit before them proof of existence of violations and whether there was any local remedy or not, it was so embarrassing for the government of Zimbabwe to then be subjecting itself to, it wasn't hostile, but it was not a system that was in a system they had created to deal with conflict. So they found themselves in an embarrassing spot. And I think it can happen to any government that if they do like what I heard, that the country here may be trying to pull out of certain regional mechanisms, and then in the process there is a perception to public interest lawyering that the country's legal system, the constitution, but also the institutions of protection are not adequately geared enough to offer effective domestic remedies. It simply opens up a new frontier outside of the local legal system. And that in itself, I think, is a big diplomatic embarrassment to the country. So in Zim, I saw that there is a correlation between the number of cases that go to supranational tribunals and the concept of absence of domestic remedies. In other words, where there are no effective domestic remedies in a jurisdiction, it's almost true that you'll see an exponential increase in the number of cases that are taken to supranational tribunals. So that positive correlation means that instead of pulling out of tribunals, instead of attacking lawyers for human rights, you need the domestic system to reform, the legal reform and institutional reform, and create more opportunities for access to justice. And that's why I think this yearbook on public law is so important, because it creates the first basis for introspection on the part of the judiciary, introspection on the part of the legal system and the key stakeholders in the legal ecosystem to say, how do we then innovate for purposes of reform so that the question of access to justice is actually resolved at the local level. Then Victoria, you asked a very important question in terms of what to do about non-compliance with the decisions of supranational tribunals. That is a big problem, because I think research that has been done shows maybe upward to 60% non-compliance with decisions coming from supranational bodies. It could be more, but I know that there's been research done by a colleague who works at Amnesty International. And the effect of that is that it has a debilitating effect on lawyering for human rights. It also undermines the regional institutions of justice and undermines the international rule of law. And it ties down to what is happening in the world, where the multilateral system is increasingly becoming incapable of resolving even minor conflicts. When the international community tries to get engaged, sometimes the conflict becomes worse because of the fact that where local leadership at mediating conflict might have resulted in a result, it actually complicates. And the case in point is really like what's happening in Mozambique, Cabo Delgado, where essentially the inability of people in that province to have benefited from the dividend of independence and democratization has now resulted in extremism. But once it's now declared to be a global, a situation of global terrorism, it means that the Mozambicans can no longer resolve it by themselves. They would need the brokering of the international community, the US, and governments that feel that they need to be invested in the fight against international terrorism. And some of these things then complicate local disputes. But at the same time, I've given you, and Professor Nyanduka has given you the example in Zimbabwe, where by Zimbabwean civil society filing a number of cases within the African Commission, it forced the government authorities to then engage with the local civil society leaders as well as the local public lawyers. So in situations where we adjourned proceedings at the African Commission, the Minister of Justice would approach and say, Arnold, why is it that you are not coming to my office with your team to negotiate and to tell us about these bad things? I never thought we were doing this badly as a government. But please, from now onwards, before you file a case, just test the sincerity of government and commitment to resolving these issues. So in a way, it opened up some dialogue that would never have been there if we had not been able to go that route. And then the question of locus in Zimbabwe, Commissioner Nyanduga, I think we are lucky that it's provided for statutorily. In the Constitution, they allow for locus, including locus for class actions. So we never really faced the question of refusal to take in cases in public interest litigation on the narrow technical point of locus. Then intergenerational change of ideas. I totally agree that we need young lawyers with keen interest in public interest litigation to be involved. And I think it has to be an intentional programming intent to ensure that in meetings like this. But also, I don't think in Africa, the intergenerational sharing of ideas, core ideas around the rule of law has been happening. And when people were making submissions, I was thinking of other continents, other countries. China had a 400-year project, I think, of building the Chinese wall. So 400 years of intergenerational passage of a national vision. And then they come here and negotiate individually with African governments. And then yet here in Africa, I think each time there's a change of a leader, there's almost a change of policies. There's no project usually that survives the emergence of a new political leader. And when you see it that way in Africa, it means it's a continent that is fraught with a policy inconsistencies and policy uncertainty, because the policies are usually dependent on who is in power. And when a continent operates like that, when a country operates like that, then it means you are really at the mercy. When I spoke about geostrategic and geopolitical contestations, you are dealing with countries whose policy inconsistency is subjected to competition at the global level by countries who have the ability to pass projects from one generation to another in a very consistent way. And I've given China as an example because I still get marveling at the idea of 400 years to build the Chinese wall, if that is true, and the fact that they were able to get one leader to the other, accepting that as a national project. That's the determination that they have, and that's the passage of intergenerational value system and policies. Then, Mpo, you raise fundamental questions about the skepticism towards public interest litigation by donors, and I totally understand it, because I keep asking myself whether the concept of having people referring themselves as donors and us as recipients, beneficiaries of donors, whether that defines a partnership that is equal. I don't think it does. It simply means that at some point, donors have been able to be to be agents of an international development policy of their sending countries to then use donor funding in order to advance diplomatic, economic, or political interests. And as a result, the introduction of the call for proposals, because it has moved from what I said earlier on, that donor came to ask what we were doing and then gave money. But in this case, no donor will do that. What they will do is they will just dangle what they call a call for proposal. The call for proposal will outline what they want. They will then tell you how much they're putting. They will tell you what you need to do. They'll ask you for a logical framework or results-based matrix to say if you need to indicate how you're going to show us the results. So at the end of the day, if your organization is unable to meet their needs and their interests, you don't get funding. You only get funding if you do. So the result is who are you working for? And I don't think that there's been that conversation between civil society and donors in terms of whose agenda are we working for. So I think instead of feeling pity for ourselves, it's important for African civil society to continue ideating on an Africa value system around the human rights and the rule of law. If you get funding, that's positive. If you don't get funding, you then have to tweak to see how you can secure what people are calling free funds to still achieve your objectives rather than to work to achieve the objectives of the donor or development agents, which is normally a colonial process. So I think it's a very important question for us as civil society to grapple with. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Advocate Arnold Tsonga. We have shared so much, and you have given us so much to think about. I'm sure the Strategic Center for Litigation is picking up the points that are coming up. And now this is the end of this session. We'll break, and Deus, you will invite the next session. You dismiss us.
Asante sana. A round of applause for our panel, please. As you noticed, we were very deliberate to avoid any There were questions directed to the Center for Strategic Litigation, but that is what you get when you invite a group of activist lawyers. People don't follow the terms of reference. This was a panel for the panelists we had there, not necessarily to the center, but we take with utmost humility all the recommendations made, particularly the one on intergenerational dialogue. Certainly it is something we had overlooked, but we're going to take into account. But I just want to respond also to the accusation made by Dr. Kapinga that there's not enough of us who are below 20 in this room. There's quite a number of us, led by myself and several others. So please take heart. The revolution shall continue even when you're gone, Doctor. I know the closer you get to your kind of age, the more worried you're worried, the more you are worried about the afterlife. So don't worry. We're Peter and Ndazako. We'll be sure to send you selfies of how we'll be celebrating after your funeral. But no, we take it with utmost humility. We did make the effort to invite our alumni. In fact, one of them was seated in one of the tables. Unfortunately, he's had to leave early. But John Malia is one of the people who went through our program. So we are not completely oblivious of that reality. We have 14 Tanzanian alumni from that program out of 61 alumni. Out of the 14, 8 of them are based in Dar es Salaam. We extended an invitation. Unfortunately, because they're in such high demand as lawyers, they were unable to make time to join us today. So let's hope, inshallah, when they have less work to do, there will be enough for us to just focus on our program. I actually think we'll have to work quite closely also with the law schools, UDSOL, because this can't be the job of CSL alone. You know, with 14 lawyers trained, how much can we do? I mean, there's only so much. So, you know, I think it will take a collective effort. You know, it will take a village if we are to inspire that next generation of lawyers. That's not a debate for today. So allow me to suggest, I have noticed that our attention span has been affected by the fact that we've been sitting for close to 2 hours. We need to move on to the next session, which is what some people like to call a valedictorian session. We have amongst us former Chief Justices of 2 very democratic republics, and we want to ensure that they share from the experience sitting at the apex of the Temple of Justice to give us some insights about the workings of the judiciary as far as public law jurisprudence is concerned. But we don't want to do that when all of you cannot concentrate. So allow me to move a motion that we stretch for the next 5 to 10 minutes while we invite our panelists to the front. Those who need to do a bathroom break, you can go through that door or that door. Both will lead you somewhere, and you can refresh. And we will be back here. We will start again at exactly 12:20, so that we race against time and are able to have lunch at exactly 2 as we initially suggested. So thank you very much, and see you back here in 9 minutes.
Laughing.
Justice of Kenya and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya. Among others, he is a renowned lawyer, intellectual, reform activist. He was also the Commonwealth Special Envoy of the Maldives. But among others, he has participated in shaping and public law in Kenya through various initiatives. He was past chairman of the Law Society of Kenya, and he was also the founding member of the Kituo cha Sheria Kenya, while at the University of Nairobi, the Legal Advice Center. And he also played a key role in establishing Kituo cha Katiba Kenya and also establishing Kituo cha Katiba in Uganda under the East African Center for Constitutional Development. Please applaud for Honorable William Tunga. Welcome to... we also have, welcome, just have a seat, feel comfortable. We also have the honor today to have our very own Honorable Mohamed Chande Othman, our former Chief Justice in Tanzania, and he is internationally, he's highly respected for his deep understanding of political, legal, and other dimensions relating to international humanitarian law, refugee law, criminal and evidence, and peacekeeping. And among others, he was the Prosecutor General of East Timor and Chief of Prosecution of the UN International Criminal Tribunal in Rwanda. He also served as a member of the UN Human Rights Council's High-Level Commission of Inquiry into the situation in Lebanon, as well as the UNHRC independent expert on the human rights situation in Sudan between 2009 and 2010. Among others, he was also one of the independent experts appointed by the Assembly State Parties of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, ICC, in 2019 to review the performance, efficiency, and effectiveness of the court and the Rome Statute system. An applaud to him. Thank you very much for your time today, and we are very honored and blessed to have you. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I hope you are comfortable. This session is just a discussion, and basically the floor and the general public would like to draw from your vast experience and to give us an insight, given your experience and given the contemporary situation we have in both our jurisprudence but also in Africa, the role of the bench in promoting public law litigation. And we would like for you to look at the precedents, the inside. And for instance, when we look in Tanzania, we see that public law litigation has been overly spirited by public jurists who have played a notable role, and where the bench has acted as custodian of public law jurisprudence. But also we would like to hear from you about the challenges from the perspective of the bench and the experience that you have, and how the judiciary has or can actively play a role to promoting the progress of public law jurisprudence while maintaining its original jurisdiction of interpreting the law, but also how can there be a form of a healthy relationship in advancing shared objectives between social justice through public law. Now we know that India is highly proactive through its suo motu application, and we also know that South Africa is very, very, very independent now. But our sister, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, Mpo, has now given us a bombshell that 70% in South Africa would rather forego democracy in exchange of basic needs, while we here on the other side look up to jurisdictions like South Africa, that they are very, very progressive. But also there has been a discussion from the floor on what is transpiring in our jurisdiction as to the decisions of the court's decisions that are not really taken into account and are not really implemented. But also from Honorable William Tunga, you can also give us an insight how can we borrow a leaf. As we know from the Kenyan Constitution, I came across an article by Waika Wanyoike. He talks about strategic litigation as a guardrail to protect and sustain the Kenyan transformative 2010 Constitution, but also he talks about collaborative approaches, and that the Kenya Constitution allows court to craft structural remedies, and which may include aspects of implementation of the decisions. And apparently this is already happening in Kenya by the Supreme Court. Now, how effective has it been, or how effective is it, and how can we borrow a leaf going forward? These are just some of the points of discussions, but I would like to welcome you. Perhaps we can start with Willie as our guest and to discuss further. Thank you.
Do you want me to deal with all those questions and then?
Just feel free, whichever point you feel speaks to you, you can pick up for discussion.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think you forgot one thing about me, which I always insist should be told, that I studied law in Dar es Salaam. So the issue of public interest litigation in Kenya actually is anchored in the Constitution very, very, very clearly. The history of it was when Wangari Maathai challenged Moi's dictatorship. There was some building that they wanted to put up in the public park. And she went to court, and a petition was dismissed on technicality. What we call the loca standi, okay? So actually Article 22, that makes it very clear that individuals can petition on their behalf. They can also represent, groups. And that one is now in the, in the Bill of Rights. But there is also in the Constitution the Article 1 of the Constitution, which says very clearly that sovereign power rests in the people of Kenya. So public interest litigation is seen also as a breathing life to, to that particular provision. And it's on that basis, now that you mentioned Waiko Wanyoike, that Kituo cha Katiba was actually formed as an NGO that was going to deal with public interest litigation. Various aspects of it. They have been challenging legislation from Parliament that is unconstitutional, and applying that is be struck down. In cases where Parliament has refused to pass legislation, petitions have also been made. And the judiciary itself, when I was Chief Justice, we created a division of constitutional and human rights, a division in the Supreme Court, in the High Court, and a lot of these petitions, were filed there. And the Bill of Rights states clearly it's not just the violation, it's threats, to a violation of rights or subversion of the Constitution. So there's been a very robust practice, based on the constitutional provisions. And what has become very clear in Kenya is that the Kenyan government finds the Constitution very inconvenient. So there's been situations where you get orders and then the orders are not, are not obeyed. So when you read in our papers that President Ruto is sending, policemen to Haiti, and then you also hear that the High Court has decided that that if he does that is unconstitutional, and then he proceeds to send them there. What comes out of that particular public interest litigation is actually becomes a site of struggle. It becomes a political issue now. Does the president have this power? What should be done? And the issue of his impeachment is anticipated, and it might be taken up as part of public interest, litigation. But public interest litigation also, in our experience, has shown that that is a double-edged sword. There are people who go for those orders to subvert, the rule of law. There are other people who are hired mercenaries who file, cases for cartels, for example. You find in case of Kenya, a lot of people filing petitions on the basis of the constitutional. There's no public participation when this particular investment was okayed. So there's that aspect of it, which is, is of, a concern. But the courts responded very nicely, very positively, by basically saying public interest litigation can't be individualized. Once you go to court, you can't withdraw, because the public interest cause of action does not reside in the petitioner. you know, so your name can be can be withdrawn, but Amish Kuria and other people can just continue the litigation, which is very, very positive, because we saw like there was this famous case when President Uhuru and now President Ruto were charged in ICC. Some people some lawyers from Jubilee, which was their party, went to court and filed a public interest litigation petition, knowing very well that it was premature, okay? But they kept it there, you know, and when it was actually heard, you know, they had been discharged at the ICC. So there is now an inquest in some way of trying to find out what are the challenges, you know, in the public interest litigation. The other thing that I wanted to say, which is I think is important, is that a lot of the public interest litigation issues are movement issues. So it's a very good political connection, legal connection between social movements and the public interest litigation. Like during the time of COVID, there were a lot of petitions that went to court, you know, on Article 43 of the Constitution, which provides for economic, social, and cultural rights. And people are saying, well, if there's going to be a lockdown, then the right to food, which is in Article 43, you know, is our political demand at that particular time. If you're saying we should wash our hands, then the right to water, okay, you know, provided, you know, and the barakoas, you know, there were very, you know, demands that actually breathe life into that article. What does it mean, the right to health? You know, what about, you know, education? So that, you know, came out of the COVID period. And what I found interesting was how then in public interest litigation, you then with the movements raise issues that, in the case of Kenya, very, very, very radical, because we have politics of division. Basically, you know, ethnicity, you know, generation, religion, gender, clan, race, all right? And recently, actually, the English Premier League, our lawyers, our politicians have realized that you can still get votes by supporting Arsenal or the other teams that, you know, in the English Premier League. So the fact that that particular petition gave us a pathway to issues, to politics of issues, yeah, was very, very, very important. And it was spearheaded by social justice movements and human rights NGOs, and they team up together to do this. Then there are even citizens. There's a guy called, a senator called Okoito Mutata, who is very, very active on issues of legislation. And somebody else called Muchere, who his petitions are around chapter 12 which is the one of finance. So he questions the Auditor General, the control of budgets, and, you know, tries basically to expose how a lot of investments and a lot of thieving and wastefulness of resources is happening. The unfortunate thing, I think, in the case of Kenya is that we don't have a political party or a strong united movement, or even a broad front of the left that would take these petitions and use them for that particular purpose. I think I've covered because I had those questions. So I've covered some of them, and the challenges facing the judiciary. One, of course, is how quickly do you get some of those cases heard. Some are delayed, others are heard very, very, very quickly. I've talked about the cartels, and I've talked about the government, the division that specifically deals with it, and then the challenges. There are many sides of struggle in that constitution that are still, to reach the courts, particularly land. Parliament is supposed to legislate on the acreage, the maximum acreage and minimum acreage. And Parliament, as you can imagine, they will never legislate because what that means is that they will be challenging the foreign and national landowners who have millions of hectares of land. Then it's also I've talked about economic, social, and cultural rights, resources. There's a chapter on integrity, which is chapter 6. If it was implemented, the entire parliament will go home. Some judges will go home, and definitely the executive. Yeah, because they've subverted that particular chapter, and the resources as well. So there is a lot of those issues happening, and I was very intrigued when the issue of coups came up. In Kenya, there's Article 3 says that any change of government that happens by the subversion of the constitution is unlawful. Okay? But Article 1 also says that sovereign power rests in the Kenyan people, and they can delegate it to Parliament and the judiciary and the institutions and so forth. So the question has been raised as to whether that sovereign power can be withdrawn from, say, the executive. And it's a very, very interesting issue, because under public interest litigation, there is no reason why, like the military, if they wanted to overthrow the government, they don't have to do it in the old way. They can try the constitution, where they basically say, we as citizens, we are withdrawing our sovereign power from so and so. And they go to court and they can make demands about new elections, about governments of national unity, and so forth and so forth. And it's something that is being discussed, I'm sure, somebody might file. It will be very, very interesting to see what happens. What is this delegated power? And when do citizens withdraw it? What are the consequences? Because a lot of these constitutions, the ones called transformative, have all these abstract provisions, all right? You can read in them the liberal dimension, the social democratic dimension. There is also some socialist elements, in it. But it will require, I think, for it, to be, the constitution to be transformative, to use these provisions to craft serious political issues that are anchored to those who want, to change the government of the Kenyan compradors. They're obviously not going to implement our constitution. They have made that clear, and so even when Tanzania and others come up with a new constitution, the lesson you should learn from Kenya is a metaphor that we always use, that the constitution can be a beautiful baby, but if you give it to child traffickers, how will it grow? So it's a whole question of which leadership is going to implement that particular constitution. But the jury is still out there. I think some of the provisions, particularly public interest litigation, the whole petitions that are filed, the way issues are raised about education, about water, I think it's a very, very, very good transition that keeps dictatorship in check. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Honorable Chande, for your insight.
Yeah, let me begin by maybe saying something about what you asked first in terms of the challenges that the judiciary faces in terms of public interest litigation. So I think there are a number of challenges, and I think one is has to do with mastery of the subject, and I think this is something Professor Shivji alluded to. Public interest litigation is a relatively new field, as there are other new fields. Taxation was new, mining, cyber, ICT, oil and gas, and so on. So what we have, you could say, we have a lot of good players, but do we have really a first 11, that can win an African championship, both to the bar and both to the profession? So I think you need a lot of investment in professional development in this new area, because even if you look in some of the decisions, you could say they could benefit, because a judicial decision is the reasoning really that is fundamental. And you say, yeah, they could benefit from a comparative analysis, from jurisprudence of other countries, and so on. So I think that is an area where maybe poses one of the challenges. Of course, here, I think the judiciary had debated the question of whether you have a specialized division, which Kenya has, or whether, we still remain something within the purview of each of the judges of the High Court. And that is still debatable, because even where you have specialized division, there are still issues in specialized division, and also maybe not every judge wants to be branded a public interest litigation judge. You know, we have here an economic and crimes division. Not everybody wants to be in that division full-time throughout his career. So this is one of the issues in terms of how do you build specialization in a court like ours, you know, I think the second limitation, of course, challenge is a time factor, because that when you rush to make decision because of a time lag, then you lose quality. You lose quality. So given the tremendous workload the judges have, you know, here minimum of about 300 cases per judge. Okay, in the best constitutional courts that I know, they don't decide more than 50, 60 cases a year. Here, our Court of Appeal does about 900 cases. The Supreme Court of South Africa, not more than 50 cases on the merit. US Supreme Court, Canadian Supreme Court, not more than 70 or 80 cases per year. So you have time to dig in, to delve in, to do all the comparative analysis. So it's a time factor. So you get things, you rush out, so you have a detriment to quality in terms of really the depth of the issue. I think the other aspect is we have I don't know if it's a virtue or it's a vice, a mushrooming of public interest litigation cases around election time. So what does it mean? It means that there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of not just political, but also the media, hype, and so on. So there's pressure upon the judiciary or the bench. First of all, you need very aggressive case management. Okay, and of course now in terms of training that we do at the Judicial College in Lesotho, and we say, well, how do you handle a hot potato? You know, in terms of your case management, in terms of how you handle the media. The judiciary has not very traditionally not been very good in handling media. Been very shy, not aggressive, and so on and so forth. So they're all issues around not politicization as such, because the merit, you decide on the merit, but what goes around. You will recall, I think about 2 weeks before the election, I cannot remember the year, this question about 200 meters, being 200 meters before, you cannot be 200 meters before a polling station, you get to be out of there. That was it, lodged a couple of weeks before the election. Okay, and so many others, you know, these cases. So it's in terms of, you know, the politicization of public interest litigation is a challenge. And I think the other issue which was been mentioned here, I think has to do with the boundary line, or what we call deference. What do you defer to the other branches of government in terms of check and balances? Do you go in or you out, or where is the borderline? And what is the litmus test for deciding this is the borderline, this is not? I know the independent candidate case, there was more to that than this question of deference, although they had advised and so on, but there is more. But I think in the question, for example, dealing with the escrow account, there was a debate in Parliament. There was a petition brought in to halt the discussion in Parliament and the resolutions in Parliament. So the High Court deferred that issue being one best decided by Parliament in terms of its immunity and freedom of information and freedom of. So this is the boundary line, I think, between politics and so on. I think this is one issue. Maybe moving on to the question of jurisprudence. Yeah, I think if you look, and I think this is exhibited in the very well in the well-chosen cases in the yearbook, you will find that, of course, we have a disadvantage here in the sense that socio-economic rights don't have the same constitutional weight as the civil and political rights in terms of our basic duties as the Act and so on. So most of the jurisprudence is on, you say, election issues. You have criminal issues, bail and bailability, death sentence, the powers of the DPP and so on. And on that area, you had another area about administrative justice, you know, natural rights, and so they are limited really in terms of the areas where there is this development of the jurisprudence. Although I think there is potential in a number of other areas where that can be developed. I think another limitation in terms of our jurisprudence is that I don't know whether this is relevant in many other countries. I ask myself many times, what are the issues in Tanzania that we are ideologically apart? Okay, because in many countries where the public interest litigation is really strong, there are fundamental issues in society. In South Africa, racism is one. Okay, but here when you look in the US, you know it's abortion, you know it's gun rights, you know it's federalism and state, you know it's immigration, where the court will be divided always. So here in Tanzania, what are the, apart from issues of poverty and so on, which affects everybody?
what should be done? What should be done? And because this again ties to another issue that the former CJ Othman touched on, the ideological aspect. The ideological aspect of how decisions are decided, especially in the constitutional courts. Because my view is that if we don't deal with our issues domestically, then it means that the ideological dictates are going to come from these international courts, regional courts, other than being, other than the conceptions as well as the ideological aspects of our country being bred from the inside. So if you say, no, yeah, I'm going to draw a border here, I'm not going to deal with this. People will go to the EACJ, they will go to the African court, and you see now you'll find that jurisprudence are springing from regional as well as international courts, other than springing from domestic courts. And so I wonder whether the panel will consider this as a challenge, and what is their view on how that should be solved. So thank you so much.
We'll allow 2 last speakers because we are squeezed by time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. The first thing is I'm arrogating to myself the right to request from the Chief Justices a petition against the organizers that are we likely to have an extension of time, because when I look at the program, we probably have less than 1 hour to finish, and there's a full program still to be done, full sessions. Anyhow, that was just a cautious request. Now, the substantive issue I want to raise or to comment on very briefly, the presentations and the critiques by the 2 academicians, the comments by my colleagues, the sister and my brother, learned sister and learned brother, they lead me to one question. And we have heard that the parliament, particularly when it comes to the tenant protection, compromised by landlords. Now, the point I want to ask, and here Justice Mutunga, the social movement issue being the founding of the strength of those who advocate for change, PIL and constitutional change. In Tanzania, there has been comments about, we have been talking about a new constitution. And then you would hear people saying, the people haven't said they want a new constitution. And these are very senior people who will be saying, haya ni madai ya wanaharakati. It's only some few politicians and activists who are demanding for a new constitution. But why I'm raising this issue is that all the issues my sister from Sheria Initiative and my brother Lugazia are raising cannot come through legislative amendments, because it is the parliament which passed these restrictive laws. So I'm looking at a process of a progressive constitution which will probably now remove these impediments. Now the question to Justice Mutunga. The anti-Article 2 1992 movement, and it took years until 2010. You were deep in the struggle. I always look at Bishop Njoka. There was somebody, I think, this Bishop Njoka, who was being beaten by Moi, and when after he recovers from hospital, he'll go back to on the front line. In Tanzania, no one wants to be beaten up. So I'm raising this to a question as a political culture which will facilitate the process to a new constitution. Can you give us an insight of what happened between 92 and 2010 to capture all this dilemma that we're facing? We want change, but we're also very much afraid of being beaten up. Thank you.
Thank you. One last speaker, Daniel Welwell, you wanted to say something?
Thank you, Natuju. I mean, Chief Justice, I thank you both for really great insights. I just wanted to follow up on the issue of a Supreme Court from my friend Rugazia. To preface it, Justice Chande, you have touched on statistics of the workload the judges have too much, and they have this time constraint. And you also mentioned on the number of PL cases to be very few. On the few number of PL cases, there are explanations. I can go into that. But in the interest of time, do you think, now that you have retired, I'm sure you, with hindsight, you will have a better perspective. Do you think that the argument of the Supreme Court makes sense in the following way? If not by way of new constitution, even by an amendment to the constitution, to have a Supreme Court which will have, for lack of better word, slightly different way of getting the Supreme Court judges, and that is balanced, and having it deal with certain matters that we will agree on. That way we don't burden that Supreme Court with a lot of cases to decide on, and we have a balanced panels obtained in the manner we will agree, so that we get decisions that go a long way to develop our jurisprudence. I am not saying that the Court of Appeal doesn't do that, but I know they have the similar constraint of a number of cases, and therefore we are always in a hurry with the competing priorities. You have criminal cases you want to resolve, people are in jail, you want them out. So really, even the Justices of Appeal, they have a lot to deal with. Now, if we have this Supreme Court structure with a limited, prioritized issues that go to it, will that help in any way to develop our jurisprudence, my Lord?
Thank you very much, esteemed members from the floor, for your contributions and questions. Before I give back the microphone to our esteemed speakers, our honorable speakers, I would like also to recognize the presence of our online participants who are following up the session very keenly. Please, honorable judges, just to briefly round up, we know there were many contributions and perhaps you can't go into details to each and everyone, but holistically, each one of you can give us an insight from what you have grasped from the members of the floor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Just a few Yeah, one of the issues raised, I think, by a number of us is about the social movement. And how do we either assist in its fertilization, so that it gets snowballed, into the legal process and so on. Because it is not that we don't have a lot of social issues. We have a lot of critical socio-economic issues. Even in terms of poverty, you know, our poverty situation has gotten even worse. And it will be worse with the increase in population. Because the estimates are, you know, in the next 25 years, you know, Dar es Salaam will be, I think, the 7th or 8th most populous city in Africa. So we have social issues, we have economic issues, extreme issues, but how do we propel them, you know, so that they become justiciable within the legal system? And I think this is what we are confronting. And the other thing also is, I think there is a window between now and the proposed new constitution. We can speak about it. Tanzania has been signatories to most of the international conventions to do with human rights, the African Charter, and so on and so forth. You know, and but we are not holding the government accountable to its international commitment through our domestic system. How do we make the government more accountable? Because it is signing international treaties, but those are not domesticated here, and therefore the gap is still there in terms of the government commitment and delivery at the domestic level. I think the other issue that was raised is in terms of the enforcement mechanism. When a court of appeal decides, High Court decides, and the government is not really enforcing judicial decision. Of course, this is a critical issue. The options for the court are more limited than the options available to the Tanzanian public. I think in this particular case, what I understood, for example, was that the Attorney General was summoned in one of the cases, okay, to render an account. There is a decision, I think, of Judge Mwaka or something like that about they were given 12 months, I think, to move the legislation, and that did not happen. And I think there is something there. But I think the bigger weapon for me is a public opinion. Is a weapon by the media. Is a better weapon in terms of parliamentarians questioning the government. Why, even when the government appealed this case, there was a lot of misgiving by members of parliament that already you have a High Court decision which says, you know, that this is unconstitutional to marry marriage of a girl child. What is it? What kind of government is this? So I think those are more, but we need to those efforts to converge, you know, so that the government moves in that direction. Of course, the question of a Supreme Court, there was no issue really at the Warioba Commission about Tanzania having a Supreme Court. That was easily incorporated without any big discussion. But again, what kind of a Supreme Court? We don't want to go to a Supreme Court with the existing legal culture or judicial culture and so on, you know. So you want a Supreme Court that would, first of all, agree, and we need to agree among ourselves, that litigation sometimes has to come to an end. Even you will question whether the Court of Appeal, you know, is taking all the cases, and all the cases deal with a point of law. So you want a Supreme Court that deals with pure points of law, those that have great importance, and so on. But if we have always kigugumizi, you know, we say, yeah, right to access to justice. So anybody from primary court to district court to high court to court of appeal, and then you fall into the trap being a highest court, and then you are deciding issues of fact, which happens in some of our decision. So I think, again, of course, with the Supreme Court that has been envisaged in the new constitution, Zanzibar has a good share. Okay, because in the proposed structure of the proposed new constitution, the deputy will be from Zanzibar or the chief justice from Zanzibar, the two union issues and the number of judges and so on. So there is that kind of issues. There is this is coming up, but again, I think we need to be prepared in terms of having a Supreme Court that is worth its name, but we don't really download, you know, what we have now, you know, to a future Supreme Court, because we have already a four-tier system, you know, primary court, district court, high court, court of appeal. So therefore you have a Supreme Court, and then you still want to deal with issues appeal from primary court. It doesn't work. So we need to really have that kind of a demarcation line. Yeah, just one last comment about standing. Yeah, I think this question of the amendment, I think section 4.3, to deal with now we have the practice, or whatever the law and practice, you have an affidavit, and then you have to demonstrate that how a person is the litigant, how is a person affected, you know, which is a limitation. I think we need to agree with that. I think it's by chance, I don't know. What I heard from judges is that no one so far who has submitted a public interest litigation has been denied because of the amended Article 4.3. They said they've taken a very broad view. But the fundamental question remains whether it should or should not be there. You know, and I think this is off track in terms of public interest litigation, and what we know what public interest litigation is and what it stands for. So if it is there, I think it seems like from the practice it is superfluous, and then you ask yourself, yeah, then why is it there in the first place? Yeah, okay, I think this is just a few remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the comments. Yes, Tenga, the tenant boards, housing, unemployment, unemployment benefits, and I think just like education, after neoliberalism, you know, you see that those concessions are, you know, basically they are abolished. And I think in many cases, the vacuum that was left there with the unions joining the dictatorship in Kenya, the cooperatives, women's movement, the NGOs human rights NGOs that started working in Kenya, they filled in that vacuum, you know, doing all manner of issues. And that was important. You ask a very fundamental question about the nature of social movements, and you want to you ask about the link, which is that a lot of these social justice movements in Kenya, in rural areas and urban areas, and the activists themselves live in those areas, whether it's slums or whether it's some you know, plantations. They live there, and they see themselves as missionaries You know, the missionaries, the pastors don't leave their flock unattended. They stay, you know, with them. The imam is always where the faithfuls are. So they borrowed that, and they stay there, and so they know the community. They can mobilize the community in a lot of mass action in those particular areas. And they are very, very critical of the middle class, you know, NGOs. In fact, I think they started calling us the Kileleshwa. You know, Kileleshwa is, of course, one of the leaf areas in Nairobi, saying there should be, you know, that distinction. But there's also a struggle to build a bridge, you know, between the middle class NGOs and their, you know, grassroots compatriots, which sometimes does very well, sometimes has problems. These social justice movements also are connected to embryonic political parties that are radical. You know, the Communist Party, you know, of Kenya, and another party called what is it called? It's called the Revolutionary Socialist League. So they are also getting into struggles for political power, and that I've been tracking them, and I think they're also involved in the artist movement. You know, a lot of those movements are involved in social traveling theater, and they move to schools and other places. And in some cases, they get money from the people themselves, which is important. And I think it's something that I find very interesting about them. They even have what they call the Organic Intellectuals Network, because they have the Water Rodney, you know, reading club, you know, where there's a serious self-education, among those particular groups. So when they do go to court and they lose or they win, they actually now follow their own mobilization. It doesn't depend on the outcome of the court. It's basically going to the court is just a pathway, of their mobilization and organization. And a lot of these social justice movements, a lot of the activists are actually very young people. So, what excites me about them, at my age, is to know that even if I die, there's something I can see that I used to do when I was 35. Then I think Lugasia Advocate talked about, there's one point he was making about, domestic jurisprudence and then the regional and the international. The Kenyan Constitution embraces, all actually, the international human rights law, regional jurisprudence from regional courts. And one of the things I found very important about the East African Court of Justice is that it shames the Kenyan Supreme Court. When they completely misinterpret the Constitution and people go to the East African Court of Justice, it's not, of course, the apex court in that sense, right? But the fact that it shames the Supreme Court of Kenya and says this is wrong, and you didn't interpret the Constitution properly, I think it's very, very, very useful. And I think we should look forward to a Pan-African, progressive jurisprudence. And that is happening in a lot of these judicial institutes and academies, where people have stopped, want to know what the Tanzanian courts are deciding, Malawian courts are deciding, South African, and so forth. I think it's a good, it's a very good development. Dini Magamba, I think, raised the issues of the courts. Yes, those courts you mentioned, they exist as high courts, part of the new constitution provisions, and also the environment is a fundamental, is protected under the constitution. And the last thing, I think, it's what the commissioner asked about the activism, in Kenya. 1992 to 2010, before the 2010 constitution was promulgated. I don't know whether it's Shivji or Museveni who is whether it's who came up with this analysis that the civil society in Tanzania thinks a lot. They are the thinking ones. The Kenyan civil society is about mass action and marching. But the Ugandan civil society actually does, through the military, just overthrow governments. I think in the Kenyan case, in the 90s, there's one important feature about Kenyan politics. They are what are called the big five, not the animals, but the 5 big communities in Kenya, and they control over 70% of the vote. And in the 90s, it happened that 4 of the 5 communities were kept out of active political participation by the Moi dictatorship. So Dinga and others, came together. That's what is called the second liberation. It was about these ethnic barons demanding participation, in the politics of Kenya, because they had been out of it for 20 years. And so the movement had that aspect of it, the religious aspect of it, and also the intellectual. But the movement actually died when, Moi was removed, and the status quo remained. So during that period, those were some of the dynamics. Not to mention that the one-party dictatorships were not useful to to their foreign masters, at that particular point. Okay, so those are my few comments on that.
Thank you very much, and applaud to our honorable speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Retired Chief Justice William Tunga and Chief Justice Othman Chande. It was a very interesting and insightful discussion, and we have come to the end of this session. I would like to we will continue with the next session. Yes, I would like to invite Professor Issa Shivji for the next session. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Please, Can you join us? Once again, although we had few people in attendance, but the kind of discussions that have happened actually reminds me of the phrase, better, fewer, but better. So many of these things I hope we'll continue discussing. And you may have already noticed that we are running very much short of time. But fortunately, the ground that could have been covered here has been covered in the last session to a large extent. To a large extent. So I suggest, if it is okay with you, is that I'll give 10 minutes to Mfo, okay, particularly because to share with us her experiences, because I think it's very specific. And then just actually ask you, the two of you, to summarize succinctly the debate that you had already had on social movements and limitations. And I would specifically want to ask Tenga, are our NGOs social movements in the sense of social justice centers in Kenya? Okay, so let me start with Mfo, and very briefly, Mfo is the executive director of Difuna Ukwazi. Difuna Ukwazi, I would like to translate it as dare to know, not right to know, dare to know. Okay, and the organization is very interesting. It fights for spatial justice. We've been talking about social justice, legal justice, but her organization fights for spatial justice. And this is the right of housing, the housing question, particularly in urban areas. That's one point I would like to make. Second point, and you can elaborate on that, her organization has an interdisciplinary group. So it's not only lawyers, there are also political organizers there. Again, something to learn for us to learn from, okay? Because that is something new here, in my view. So let me invite Mfo, please, to share your experiences, and particularly to expand on the concept of spatial justice and how your work, and the importance of having an interdisciplinary committee. Thank you. Yeah. If you want, you can come here, or you can
I'll keep it as a discussion, at least the illusion of one. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the invitation. It's quite an honor to be amongst such esteemed panelists. I must say, just like Arnold this morning was saying, I do feel very humbled with a hint of imposter syndrome creeping in. But just to speak to the questions that have been posed to me just now. So Ndifunuwazi, which does mean Dare to Know, is an activist organization. That's how we like to brand ourselves. And we're an activist organization comprised of social movement partners, community organizers, political organizers, researchers, and lawyers. And this is because of, I think, the history of struggle in South Africa. So what I had prepared is more or less approaching the question around public interest litigation, the potential of public interest litigation, but from a historical context and what has worked in our context and in our history. So looking at South Africa's struggle or liberation movement, you'll realize that litigation has always been part and parcel of that struggle. And I think that what is different and what informs the way that we work and how other NGOs in this space now take for granted is that the pursuit for equality, for justice, for dignity through the struggle against apartheid always invariably had underlying it the notion for the quest of social justice and justice in the courts. This is why even during apartheid times you'll see that the likes of O.R. Tambo, Mandela, Jeff Budlander, and Charles Gibson, who then became our first Chief Justice of our Constitutional Court, they were engaged in litigation. And this litigation was in the context of an era where legislation or laws were weaponized. Apartheid was a regime of legislated segregation. And in that context, you would think there wouldn't be much hope in using laws or legislation to fight against the very machinery that created the conditions of oppression through the enforcement of laws. But you'll find that as today as it was in the past, the courts have served as a sort of last hope or bastion for the realization of justice against oppression and injustices. So given that context, I think what grew out of that level of activism was movements, civil society that realized the value of litigation in conjunction with other mechanisms. So what's different and what's interesting about our context is that we know and understand that public interest litigation alone will not solve issues of social injustice, will not solve the issue of poverty. It is not a panacea. Public interest litigation is but a tool that's supposed to be used in an arsenal of other weapons or tools to realize that public liberation objectives. So what we do then, in the tradition of those who went before us, is to combine the political element as well as the legal element. So we use strategic litigation as an arm or a function of what the people want to achieve. It is a means to an end and not the end in itself. And I think that's where a lot of legal practitioners tend to get it wrong, even in the social justice space. Given the notoriety, given the prestige that comes with the vocation of being a lawyer, etc., we tend to want to usurp the people's voice in struggle. Even when we practice public interest litigation, we tend to want to usurp people's voices because we think that we know better, we understand the issues better, etc. Doing that, we lessen the space for people's agency and people's activism. And we invariably, inadvertently, demobilize people in fighting for their own struggles. So that's one of the things that our political organizing team is very sure to make us lawyers aware of at every turn, that in as much as the legal instrument has or enjoys such a position in society, it is but a tool of the will of the people. So our organization places great value, and we centralize very much the community aspect, the people aspect. That's why all of our campaigns are based on our people's lived reality. They name as perhaps the means to better their circumstances. So in doing all of that, I think what has come of our way of working and what has come of our struggle is that there will be challenges along the way. And I think you've mandated my fellow panelists to try and deal with some of those aspects. But I think in the South African context, what has made public interest litigation so successful, or at least a successful tool towards liberation, is that there have been a very many number of enabling factors, and some of which are not present in the regional or the rest of the region, which we may want to consider. I think the issue of standing has been touched on quite a bit. our Constitution also makes provision for standing, quite pointed provisions in terms of access to court, as well as being able to stand on behalf of others, etc. So public interest litigation is protected in that means by your ability to approach a court or any forum. Secondly, I think there has been a move by the courts, a recognition by the courts, that theirs is the job of facilitating government accountability. So they are no longer an implementer, they are no longer co-opted, but they understand, and I think this is part of the ideological disposition coming from a lot of our judges being involved in the struggle, etc. But they understand their role as one of keeping the executive, etc., accountable. Therefore, when we bring public interest litigation matters before them, there is some sort of receptiveness to that, to those issues, and more of a non-biased adjudication of those issues that won't necessarily go towards protecting and serving the powers that be, but rather trying to interpret in the purposive manner the constitutional provisions that were enshrined to protect and progress or advance people's socio and economic rights. Then from that point, I think the fact that our Bill of Rights makes socio-economic rights justiciable has made public interest litigation a viable tool in terms of connecting it to people's struggles. I think what I asked earlier about people's struggles being around politics of the stomach, as we term it, that issue, the fact that political and civil protections or liberations have not necessarily equated to economic freedom for the vast majority of South Africans has meant that there's still much to do in terms of developing jurisprudence, but also political and policy interventions to better the conditions and the lived realities of our people. Then finally, I think we have been very lucky in terms of some of the jurisprudence coming out of our court, in that when approaching courts, one of the big deterrents or detractors has been the potential of a cost order against you, especially for public interest litigation. And what has come out of our courts in our early days, which we call the BioWatch principle coming out of litigation by BioWatch, is that when bringing issues of constitutional merit, you will not be saddled with cost orders. So that levels some type of protection for people wanting to bring public interest issues to the courts without then necessarily having the further detractor of accessing the court via fear of getting an adverse cost order. Now maybe let me just take this opportunity to then address the issue that was raised earlier about, in the scope of environmental law and some of the emerging litigation there, and the use of what is now known as SLAP suits. So SLAP suits have been explained in the question, but in our context, there was a very key case called with the Center of Environmental Rights, where the practitioners were targeted in their personal capacities, and these big oil conglomerates were essentially alluding to the fact that activist lawyers are misusing courts because they are now pushing personal agendas which don't necessarily speak to issues of law or legal, the development of legal jurisprudence or disputes of fact, but more personal agendas or vendettas. And this case grew to basically become a threat to all of public interest litigations as practiced by NGOs in the space. And we realized that should this particular suit be successful, it will be a harbinger of very bad conditions for NGOs, because that would open the door for other like-minded litigants to use SLAPP suits against public interest organizations and their use of public interest litigation. So what we did there was the sector as a whole came together to compile an amicus brief. And there we stated the reasons why, first of all, public interest litigation should be protected and is protected in current practice, but also the detrimental effects that such a SLAPP suit would have in terms of the protection of individual and community rights. So luckily, we were successful in that petition, but it just goes to show that despite the years of constitutional jurisprudence, despite the ideological leanings towards progressive rights and the protection of rights, there are still vested interests that will invest in using the law, in as much as our organizations use the law for the betterment of communities. There are vested interests that will use the law to protect existing economic, political strongholds. So that's just to address that pointed question. But I think in our development and in our use of public interest law, I think I want to perhaps ground our way of working in, again, a historical perspective, but what has developed in terms of the South African civil society space as a whole. And we call this the TAC principle, or Treatment Action Campaign principle, which is the use of law with other mechanisms, your evidence-based campaigns through research, as well as mobilizing communities on the ground. And I think this is the question that our colleagues here are grappling with, that mobilization on the ground. Because a lot of what I've been hearing and a lot of the questions that we've been prompted to answer revolve around where's the public in the public interest, and where are the people in these debates and such. I think that from that model and from our understanding of struggle, there is that underlying notion or that underlying understanding that without people, there can be no movement, no struggle, no issue. Because what you raise, whatever issue you raise, must be grounded in some sort of lived experience. And I think that our mobilizing of communities is not the reverse of that principle, which is, going out to find people to kind of legitimize whatever issue you've identified. I think that's a trap that we could easily fall into. But it's the act of going to communities and going on a listening campaign, listening to hear and understand what people are actually going through and how they themselves think they can better their situations. I think in our knowledge production, especially in academia and in legal spaces, we haven't given much credence to people's knowledge. There's an inherent knowing in these communities that we don't necessarily take into account. And that's one of the ways that we usurp people or community voice in our efforts to struggle against injustices. So I think I've painted a very positive, or at least progressive picture of the use of public interest law, at least in my context. But I think I want to caution the audience from believing that everything is all well in South Africa, because we too have challenges within the realm of public interest litigation. And one of those things is translating legal victories into material gains. I think one of the challenges is in measuring the impact of public interest litigation. Lawyers often stop at the point of gaining a legal victory. But there's questions around material impact, and there's questions around political effect as well. And on the question of political effect, another development in our context is us using the forums of the court to fight political battles. And I think that's a shared concern. I think it was US lawyer Gary Bello that cautioned against this practice of winning in courts what could have been won through politics. And I think that's what we don't see about that practice, is that it again demobilizes the public dimension in struggle, because what people do in terms of organizing is they are very effective on pushing political agendas on the streets. But if you take the battle out of the streets, then you take the legitimacy of the issues out of the public domain. And when you contain everything in a very structured space, very alienating space like the courts, then you effectively derail the whole purpose of that public interest litigation. And then I think the last couple of things that I wanted to touch on was how then do we open public interest litigation to be accessible to the people that we work with. And I think I'll draw again on our organization's experience. Lifunogwazi, like I said, prioritizing community engagement above everything. But in doing so, we want the people in directing the course of their struggle to understand the tools that we employ in gaining or realizing victories in their struggle. So we place high emphasis on rights education, and we also do a lot of deep organizing work in terms of unpacking the political aspects of the issue, but also the legal interventions that are available and possible in remedying those issues. So there's a lot of education that happens, and I think that's the foundational basis in also answering the question around, okay, how do you mobilize people? How do you get people interested? It's the question of educating people, not because, or not in a manner that demeans their experience or understanding, but educating people to how these things interlink and how these legal interventions are linked to what they understand through their lived realities, and how, together, all of these things can eventuate in a solution. Finally, I would like just to say a few words around the topics that we are agonizing over. So in addition to the challenges that I've spoken to, I think our public interest litigation as a field, especially in the social justice sector, we've reached a point where we're starting to wonder whether law and litigation is the adequate tool for some of the issues that we are wanting to address in our current context. Remember that the first years of our constitutional court, we had some amazing jurisprudence coming out of the court, because there the court was giving substance to the newly legislated socio-economic rights in the Constitution. But now that those legal victories have been won, there's still the question of implementation. There hasn't been that real change on the ground, which is now leading to disgruntlement with the whole exercise of public interest litigation. So in recognizing that public interest litigation alone cannot be a panacea for the issues that we now face, I think there are some questions that are starting to wonder whether or not we should be engaging in litigation and whether the law is fit for purpose. And this questioning extends to the Constitution itself. So there's a lot of work to be done in terms of protecting the legitimacy of public interest litigation, but I think a very central question that we need to be honest with ourselves and grappling with is whether or not we should be leading with legal interventions where the issues are invariably social and economic.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I have to apologize. I've taken over the reins of this meeting because Issa has been obliged to step outside for something he couldn't delay. Next, please, after that brilliant presentation, Willie Mutunga.
Yeah, I was basically listening to you to see where Kenya is at. And Kenya has actually borrowed heavily from the South African jurisprudence. And also because, you know, our constitution came after the South African one, and there were certain improvements. So, yeah, the question you raised right at the end, I think is not being raised in Kenya, you know, as yet. You know, we probably, yeah, and I think it's a great question to ask. But I was talking about the social movement. I did mention that the use of courts is not the be all and end all for them. There are issues, political issues that they continue to do. But in some cases, that action in court, it's also its political attributes in the way it's politicized, and it might open other avenues, you know, for your work. I'll definitely let our social movements. Maybe you are in contact with them already, no? Okay, that's good. Then that's taken care of. Thank you very much for your submission.
Yeah, thank you very much for your submission. It has got a lot of insights on the basis of which we can learn and maybe improve what we're doing. Now, from what I see here is that Issa and his team have done some work of bringing attention to the whole process to all of us. I think that is very highly commendable, and to come with a good organized text whereby we can make reference. I believe if it is a yearbook, it will be coming out annually, which means all of us have to get involved and get notified about what is next year's volume going to be about, so that we can communicate. This improves understanding, not only understanding, but a community as well. A community of people who are focused on the issues at hand. Now, coming to your presentation in Paul, let me relate something which happened from end of 1980s to the start of 90s, up to the time when the multi-party democracies were introduced back. I happened to be in that movement and at the center of it for quite some time. So when I talk of the Tanzania experience, I've lived it. And I've lived it in such a way that from the beginnings to up to today, I remember the first time we went to the office of the DC, District Commissioner Ilala, to ask for permission to hold a meeting on a forum of democracy for alternative democratic engagement. And who do we find there in the DC's office? My brother, Generali. He says, write a letter. He was the DC then. And come tomorrow for an answer. So it was a shock when we went back. We expected a no. And we are actually preparing for demonstration after the no. We found General saying, yes, you've got it, you can meet. It was a shock to ourselves. And all organizing about demonstration, so he co-opted us. And so I'm giving this example to show that when you build a community, actually through life experiences is how you build a community. And from then on, I respected so highly my brother Generali, and he truly co-opted me, Prof. So there it was. And thereon, you can go to more encounters which actually connect all of us. So it means the activity we are doing must link to our work. Then in the 90s, I participated in the formation of Legal and Human Rights Center. But we had no idea how we run a Kituo cha Sheria. So what do? We remember that Willy Mutunga and others were doing something in Kenya. So who to go there and get experience? Wilbert Kapinga. Wilbert Kapinga went and learned something there, and they come back, and we get some lessons about how to start a human rights center. And so we struggle on. And who is our first director who received no pay? Somebody called Ibrahim Juma, who is now the current Chief Justice of Tanzania. So you go on, and who finally comes to our rescue to fund us? Sam Moyo, who was working with Ford Foundation Jonathan Moyo, yes, who was working with Ford Foundation in Kenya. And so you see, there's a story, but that story can be told by people who were engaged in something which was focused. Now, the question which is asked us to speak about, could we say that the NGO movement is similar to Mpo's movement which she has just described here? I'll say no. No. This is a type of movement, and as you said, which somehow is not grounded that much, but it has got its own nuances to connect with people who have got social issues. But it remains in a sense elitist, because number one is Chief Justice Mutunga said, the organizers don't live with people. Do they live with the people? I think that will be questionable. And most of us will have to answer that question. Even if we deal with a social movement, do we live with them? Do we understand their experiences? The first time we were representing workers with ISA in court, the workers used to come in court it took us a while to understand that actually when they come to court, they come on foot. And they spend a whole day in court and go back on foot. That's when we realize that if this is the case, we will come in, of course, a faculty of law bus or whatever, but then we should provide something to them so that when they go back, at least they should have some fare to go back. And what surprised us later was that they were not using even that money for fare. They were dividing it amongst themselves to meet their basic needs, which we didn't know about. So that linkage is absent. But to say also that the NGOs were not useful is not true. Because to a certain extent, they presented a solution. And they presented what is sometimes called, to quote Lenin, a school of democracy, a school of understanding governance. I remember in 1986, Isa took me to Katesh to defend pastoralists there. And years later, I found out that the people we took to court in Katesh and participated with us, they were leading other Barbaig pastoralists and Maasai pastoralists to go to court from the experience we got, or from the experiences they got from us. So somehow the court was also a school of democracy, a school of understanding governance, and that was useful in that sense. But to say that the NGOs we started, at least in my case, that they were linked to social movements, to date I can say so. I can say so, and I think we have to learn from you people. And the points you raise are very relevant about linking our struggle with the struggle of peoples that we represent. We must find a means to create those linkages. So we wouldn't have immediate answer which really solidify our understanding of linkages. But I think to learn from you, to learn from my brother Willie and others, that how do we move with this? How do we identify the issues which social movements give? Because we are not the movements. So this learning process, which you have just said, is a very important tool to go out there and learn to listen. Unfortunately, we are lawyers. We want to be listened to, which reminds me that my time is actually over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I had to go out because I was summoned by nature, and there is one summons you cannot refuse. Thank you very much. And the experience of social justice centers, really, that you outside some contact, of course, you know, with them, and that is something else to learn from. I think they have built a good movement. And the point that Willie made, and you also made, that instead of litigation becoming taking away agency from the people and demobilizing them, they use litigation to mobilize people. They use litigation to mobilize people. I think this is where, Tenga, we must admit, we have failed. We have failed. We started legal aid movement. I think we did well, but we failed. We tried, but we failed. Okay? And therefore there's a lot to learn. And those, if you can possibly set aside some other programs, fine, but we should have a whole day of discussion on these topics, learn from these experiences. And this is extremely important, because the point is not simply to learn from other countries. This is a Pan-African learning that we are talking about. I think we should put it into effect in practically. Okay, this is a Pan-African learning exchanges. And through this learning, we are also building solidarity. And that's extremely important. We're also building solidarity. I remember when we went on this spree of privatization, and our major bank was being privatized to ABSA. The trade union movement here tried to make contact with COSATU in South Africa, because ABSA was a South African company. Okay? I'm just flagging that to show that this is not simply learning, but it's also a Pan-African solidarity. So once again, thank you a lot, and those will definitely discuss on this and see how we can carry this carry on this conversation. With that, I think we have come to an end to this. And by the way, you mentioned about volume 2. We have been trying to record this, and the idea is to transcribe this to appear in the forthcoming volume. Okay, right. Please, let's give an applause to all of us and the participants here, and handing over to you now for the next.
I want to assure you that there is no next session. I notice how we all look so exhausted after such a grueling session, and I take all the advice from Mzee Isa Shivji to ensure that next time we plan for more time. I think we were too ambitious. So next time we'll ensure that this is a full day, if need be a 2-day event with absolutely no distraction, and with the sessions timed and planned better. But we learn. So this is the first experience. We'll take all the feedback, including this one, in order to improve the event. I love the idea on Pan-African solidarity. So hopefully TYPL 2023, among other things, will feature either cases or articles from the region, because that's also a way of demonstrating such Pan-African solidarity. The only item left on our agenda right now is the official launch of this publication, Tanzania Yearbook of Public Law. And after that, I want to be respectful by inviting the standing member of CSL's Whitehead Committee, led by the General, to offer a vote of thanks to all of us, after which we shall all be invited for lunch, which is served right outside the restaurant. So for the official launch of the book, we will wait on our guest, Chief Justice Mutunga, to walk over. Chief Justice Chande sends his apologies. He is a man of many responsibilities. Today he skipped a session of the President's task committee on criminal justice reform to join us. That's how dedicated he is to this cause. But in the middle of that, he had a call at 3 o'clock on the situation in Sudan, which he's also chairing. So he asked to be allowed to step out, because whilst it's easier to manage local politics, it's far more complicated when you have to deal with the UN Human Rights Council. So he's asked to be excused. But on his behalf, he has tasked his elder brother, William Mutunga, to lead us in the procession. So I'll ask Generali, I will also ask the editors of the Tanzania Yearbook of Public Law, Dr. Kapinga, Dr. Natujo Mvungi, Mama Rebangira. Also on their behalf, Advocate Jeremiah Mtobesia, who is also part of the editorial committee. Unfortunately, he was called to Dodoma last night and was unable to join us today for the session. But for now, we have everybody else, and I would like to invite them forward, and maybe as part of that solidarity, we would also invite Professor Mudi Majambo on behalf of the institution that sent him here today to also join us in officially launching the TYPL. Irene will lead us. Please, the editors, Generali and Professor Majamba, if you can just come forward. The books are right there. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, generally is standing on behalf of CSL, so maybe you want to divide yourselves so that you're not all standing on one side. Dr. Kapinga, Mama Rebangira, if you can come on this side, maybe you can remove that table. Irene, yes. Sasa, you all move together, then you... without further ado, the Tanzania Yearbook of Public Law is officially launched. Now we can take a few photos, after which we will also have a group photo with everybody in the room. We're not going to call out individual groups. So all of us participating here today, please feel free to come forward for this wonderful memory of having participated in the launch of the inaugural Tanzania Yearbook of Public Law. We're not going to call you in any particular order. Just please come forward so that we wrap up and are able to go for lunch. So perhaps the chief editor, CJ, you can have a seat generally as well, and Professor Majamba. You can sit. You can have a seat. The rest of us can stand behind those sitting. CJ, generally, umekaa seat ya CJ. You know, we've just talked about generals and military coups. Sawa. So we can all smile for this photo. Yeah, not for now.